and go here. And there it is, my character. But let's switch to tiles real quick. Aha, excellent. Alright, so last time we saw this character, right before I disconnected on Tuesday, we found the ice dragon scales of Follow the Leader. um, and we still have 14 strength, plus 6 demon blade, fire resistance, 2 pips of fire resistance, exactly what I need to be able to wear ice dragon scales as a mummy without just exploding. So I'm pretty excited for that. And I hope that by the time fire resistance starts to matter, I find something that allows me to keep using this set of ice dragon skills, um, because they're really good, right? Like 6 slaying, 4 intelligence. It's like almost fully enchanted. It's so good for this character. Like I cannot stress it enough. It's amazing for this character. In fact, like look at my spells. I can cast everything, um, because I have 30 strength, and I also can hit really hard. This character just like became surprisingly uncharacteristically strong for a mummy. Like we can just press tab, and we are swinging the demon blade already at minimum delay. Um, 14 armor because we got a manual of armor too. Like I can't believe this character. And we also are just getting Ashensari curses. So the more the game progresses, the stronger the character is going to get. I went Ashensari to not be awful, um, but but I ended up not needing Ashensari because like the floor has already given me things to not be an awful character. Did you stream Dead Cells recently? I streamed Dead Cells on Monday. It was my first time playing Dead Cells after like more than a year of not playing Dead Cells. I started a zero boss cell run, and I dived to the Slumbering Sanctuary. No, it was like the Sepulcher, the level after the Slumbering Sanctuary, where like the darkness deals damage to you. I dived to that because I was really not used to that. Um, but yeah, it's been like I like Dead Cells a bit. I don't like it as much as I like Crawl or other games, but I also don't think it's like insulting. It is difficult, but I don't think a game being difficult is like something that is like so heavily deserving of criticism. That places something. I like Sepulcher a lot more than the Clock Tower, personally, but maybe it has changed in recent patches. I'm not liking the current situation. That guy is gonna hurt me. Um, yeah, that guy is gonna hurt me. Okay, I should probably quiver. Oh, wait, I have poisonous vapors with this character, don't you? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, we're gonna use that. I was wondering why I was not carrying around darts, but yeah, that would be why. All right, that's it for D14. Let's go into D15. So one of the small perks that you get from being a mommy is that you cannot be put to sleep. Yep, those dream sheep were really not an issue in Lair, and that's the good stuff. Ah, yes. I think I remember getting shafted into D15 and finding that fire dragon. Well, if I really want to deal with that fire dragon, I can. I can. I just have to switch to wearing this for a short period of time so I can have the fire resistance. And then we're gonna go back to the ice dragon skills. And yeah, Tav should kill the fire dragon easily. Perfect. You pretty much only play on 4 BC and 5 BC, so you're not sure how it is on lower BCs. But having to rush everything is stressful. I like being able to, or like I like that the game incentivizes you to play hard, to play fast and like dodgy and just like do acrobatics because Dead Cells feels pretty good in that regard. Like you move really well, you roll, you jump, like you run fast after you kill enough things. So that's why I like the Forbidden Sepulchre a lot more than the Clock Tower. The Clock Tower is just vertical, and it has invisible monsters that are like super annoying, and they deal so much damage. And yeah, I won a 4BC like a year ago. I think it was much harder a year ago. After that one run of Dead Cells that I did on Monday, I played a bit of stream on 5BC, and I see that the malaise has been reworked into being something more interesting. Yeah, I guess the automatons. Those invisible monsters that appear in the clock tower that are just like there, and then you step in their range and they just attack you. I hate that so much. Like I hate them so much that I just try to not do the clock tower whenever I have the chance to do anything else. I also don't like the boss of the clock tower. It is very difficult to do without a shield. Mm, mm, So yeah, we did D15. I think. Oh yeah, I remember not clearing D13, but okay, here we are. Yes, that they teleport to another ledge, and then like you expect them to be. Well, I didn't know that they teleported to another ledge until the first couple of times that I saw them. But like when I first saw them, and or when I first saw one of those monsters and I dodged it, or rather, it hit me, and it just like I didn't get killed, I guess, and it just like disappeared. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna be there anymore. But then it attacked me on a different platform, and I just don't like them. I greatly, greatly dislike that. Also, those like cross, those things that appear like crabs or spiders with like two swords that they block your shots. Because I like using the crossbows a lot. Um, and the fact that they took no damage from those shots like really sucked. I think now they take a bit of damage because I saw like one or two of them. Um, yeah, I also don't like Stealth Village. There's some levels in Dead Cells that I really really don't like. Um, but yeah, I don't think the difficulty is that much of an issue with Dead Cells personally. Um, it takes learning, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Someone who always brings a shield, Armadillo Pack Mutation is amazing. Yeah, that's like something new in Dead Cells that I only just unlocked. I haven't played a proper run with that yet, but I will probably be going for that mutation in the future because like lets me parry when I roll. That seems pretty sweet. Mm. So yeah, anyway, into the mid game of this mummy we go. We have done D, Lair, and Orc. Have we done Orc? What did we... Have we done Orc? We have done Orc. Okay. So Spider, Slime, or rather Spider and Shoals. Those are my two options. Well, it's not that difficult. Being with Ashensari, the greatest threat of Spider is already neutralized, and that would be Tarantulas confusing you. Oh, I went into slime accidentally. Okay, yeah, we're not doing that yet. Maybe we are not doing that at all. So yeah, that was my bad. I went into spider. I went into slime instead of spider. But yeah, I'm immune to poison. I have great armor class, and I am immune to confusion. I should be in a pretty good spot for dealing with Spider. And the reason why I went Ashensari was because of the confusion immunity. Um, when do I get that actually? Do I have that? I have not gotten that yet. I have not gotten that yet. Okay, that's something. I'm very glad that I checked because otherwise, those guys could be a pretty mean thing for my character. Yeah, the tarantulas. Those are the greatest danger to a mummy in this place. You cannot drink curing, and therefore you cannot unconfuse yourself. It's amazing with something like Ice Shield. Any projectile you just roll through gets parried instead, and then you just like freeze everything. Yeah, sounds pretty neat indeed. I should give it a try. That's gonna hurt. Oh, okay, only 7 damage. Okay, all right. Can't complain about only 7 damage. Every time I play Guilty Gear, my hand hurts for like a couple of hours after I'm done. Not a fan of that by any means. So what do we curse here? Thinking about cursing the rat skin cloak. I could also curse the ice scales. The only issue with that is that I need the ice. I need to be able to take them off to not be not fire resistant. So if I take them off, I become fire resistant immediately. Um, but I'm not gonna see volcanoes. I can curse. No, no. I shouldn't curse them. Shouldn't curse them. They're too good of an item to just destroy like that. I could curse the weapon. The weapon is indeed something that I am very unlikely to unwield. But I will unwield it against Hydras. But then again, I got shoals instead of swamp. I think we can curse the weapon. Yeah, we could also curse the globes. The globes are definitely the most disposable thing that I have on right now. But the curse is a melee curse. It was like melee and evocations. Melee and evocations. Okay, yeah, I like those two things. So I like to have it um, for longer. Hmm. But then again, I also have that vampiric scimitar in case my HP drops low. Yeah, I think I'm gonna curse the globes. The globes don't sound so terrible to curse. And yeah, I don't even need to enchant them or anything. I just like curse them, and whenever the time comes to upgrade into like +2 globes or something along those lines, maybe if I get lucky, gauntlets of war, then we can destroy them, and it's not really an issue. So many tarantulas. Fortunately, I happen to have poisonous vapors, and poisonous vapors just like melts them. It's like not even fair against these monsters. Do I have toxic radiance? I remember that I had it from an acquirement, but I decided to acquire the demon blade instead, and I think it was the correct choice. Not gonna lie, I think it was absolutely the correct choice because the only spiders here that are like a serious issue are the tarantulas. The rest of them I can melee because my character is just that busted already. Yeah, it takes a really powerful character to be able to go in here and to just be able to press tab without like running into serious issues. I wonder if that is because Ashensari. It's probably not because Ashensari. It's probably because the character just has loaded loot. Doesn't Ashensari give clarity? Add 3 pips of piety. So yeah, you can see that it's grayed out. Ashensari keeps your mind clear. So yeah, we're not quite there yet. I think maybe next curse I will be at the point where Ashensari gives me clarity, and then I don't really have much else to fear here. Maybe ghost mods, but I see invisible, so ghost mods are not that much of an issue. Even if you know where they are, the fact that they are invisible and therefore they have more accuracy against you, if you don't see invisible, it's like kind of a pain. But this character doesn't have to deal with that. Jorgrun with Robe of Fire Resistance. Fortunately, I am not a Fire Elementalist. I am a press tab character. I am a tab Elementalist. Mm, okay, we don't really want any more amulets for the rest of the game, unless they are an upgrade over my current amulet of regen. And yeah, I prefer to use regen on this character over anything else, like even more than normal, because Mommy cannot drink a potion of heal wounds to regain HP. Okay, Jorgrun extremely poisoned. You have Petrify and LRD. Petrify 27%. I don't have File of Lots. That could be a problem, Mr. Jorgrun. That could indeed be quite a problem because I cannot unpetrify myself with cancellation because I can drink. Yep, I can drink. So maybe the correct thing to do here is to just teleport. I guess I could also Phantom Mirror, maybe Condenser Bane, to try to make it so that Jorgrun doesn't have like a line of fire against me. Torment into Ice Blast? Hmm. Torment into Ice Blast doesn't sound terrible. I think at least if there's a monster that deserves Torment, it's Jorgrun. I like how for mummies it's like you feel a surge of unholy energy. Jorgrun convulses, so you're like, yeah, whatever. But the living monsters are like in serious trouble. But yeah, Torment into Ice Blast. Not too sure about that. I don't have that many charges of Ice Blast. I think maybe Phantom Mirror. If Jorgrun was to petrify me, like if he goes for the petrify and succeeds, I will immediately re-teleport. And teleport should save me, unless I get really unlucky, because Jorgrun is probably the most dangerous thing around while I am petrified because of LRD. Mm, I guess I should also go for Curer. And I should have gone for Curer like way earlier to slow Jorgrun. Okay, the iron shot hits Jorgrun. Jorgrun dies. Your box of beasts has recharged. Alright, not bad at all. Yep, that was pretty dangerous, not gonna lie. Not being able to remove the petrification when you're fighting Jorgrun and being within reasonable range of getting petrified as well is like both pretty bad things. Mm, Francis, okay. Well, I don't really fear Francis with most characters. I don't think I fear Francis with this particular character. Francis with support is kind of annoying, however, so let's just take the free teleport that the floor god provided. Hello, Cali Commuter. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. Mm, and yeah, I was thinking of streaming Dead Cells for the entirety of a week, but I kind of bailed on that plan on Tuesday because I was playing um, off stream, and then when the time came to actually start the stream, I my controller ran out of battery, so I was literally unable to play Dead Cells on stream, despite the fact that I kind of did want to play Dead Cells on stream. Mm, so yeah, and then today I played Guilty Gear Strive instead because I was charging my controller and I don't think it's fully charged. Ooh, big damage from Francis. That is a bit of an issue. I thought that I was gonna have an easy time killing Francis, but yeah, you barely miss Francis. Unfortunate. Yeah, this is not looking so good. Mm, Iron shot 3 dice of 26. Oh, wireless controller. Yes, I have a wired controller for fighting games that I may get rid of because I have noticed that using that controller makes my hand hurt. And I have a dual sense that I had to send to warranty because the D-pad kind of died. So the whole saga was like me being like, okay, I've been using this Xbox 360 controller for like more than 10 years already. I think I need an upgrade. And I saw the DualSense and I was like, okay, that looks pretty cool. I kind of want it. So I got a DualSense like a year ago. And then I used it for like 3 months of fighting games, and the D-pad started like being pretty unusable because like you play fighting games with a D-pad. Also, the analog is in a very awkward position for playing a fighting game, I think. So I sent it to warranty, and I also bought a different controller. I was going to sell the DualSense, but I never did that. And now the new controller that I got for fighting games makes my hand hurt because I feel like it's too thin. It's a weird thing. Like I feel like I don't know, but anyway, that's how I came to have multiple controllers. I probably should respect Francis, much to my dismay, I have to say. Yep, I don't want to die with this character. It is a very powerful mummy, and that is not something that happens quite often. Ice Blast. Goodbye. Perfect. You think the wireless aspect would be nice? Yours is a wired Xbox controller. Wired Xbox controller. I am assuming 360. My old controller was also a wired Xbox 360 controller. That was like the first big video game console controller that you could just plug and play with in your computer. And yeah, also my Xbox 360 was like the last console that I had. I didn't buy a PS4 or a PS5. No, like I feel like my computer kind of made those obsolete when it came to my gaming needs as well. Also, it doesn't help that a lot of games that release for those platforms are not particularly games that I'm interested in. Yeah, there's been a lot of really bad games releasing for those consoles in the last decade or so. Hmm. Wow, these spiders are kinda messing me up, you know? Okay. Alright, that got pretty questionable. I wonder why out of a sudden things started really hurting. Beguiling and melee. Beguiling is pretty decent, isn't it? Conjurations. Okay, yes, I want that. Also translocations. So we are gonna curse. I could curse the 8 strength ring. Like, I don't really see myself taking that off. I could also curse the boots. Woo, they're up to PS5, OMG. You've just been a PC guy for so long now, looking for a PC for a new PC controller. I kinda want to get the one of the new Xbox controllers. Like I don't know, the naming scheme for Xbox consoles is so dumb that I just call it like a Xbox 4. Yeah, that console's controller looks pretty sweet. I if I had disposable income, like any amount of disposable income, I would very much like to get one of those. But it would have to be a lot of disposable income because that's not something that I need. Whenever I think about buying things, I think, do I need this? And then if I don't need it, like it takes like the backseat super hard because there's a lot of things that I need. I tend to think about it like that when it comes to buying things in general. You've used an off-brand $20 Xbox controller for the last 5 years. I see. Usually, with off-brand controllers, like I don't think there's any issues. Amazon, 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 Amazon. I don't know what you mean by that. Okay. So I think as long as we take fights in a more controlled environment, like in a very controlled way, we can definitely fight with this mummy. I was definitely feeling the hubris over dealing with the first level spider without really running into any issues whatsoever. But I think I have already spotted the issue, and that is wolf spiders for sure. And now that I have 2 pips or 3 pips of piety with Ashensari, I don't have to fear tarantulas anymore. Mm, so, what should we train now? Maybe. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I want to upgrade into a kite shield, but at the same time, I can't because my buckler is giving me the fire resistance that I need to be able to wear the ice dragon scales without having weakness to fire. And yeah, I'm not gonna walk around with weakness to fire. So between weakness to fire and not having a proper shield, I think I'm gonna take the not having a proper shield. Okay, let's train some dodging, because why not? Dodging is always like a really decent thing to have. By the way, let me see if the controller already charged. Don't go anywhere, it will take me like a minute. Okay, thank you for the patience. We are ready to continue. Yes, it turns out that the controller already um, is done charging the DualSense. So I unplugged it to like avoid overcharging it. You know, I don't know what kind of battery technology they have, but I'd rather assume that it's like a bad thing to leave it plugged in because I have had a fair share of um, electronics just like die like that, and I am not a fan of that by any means. All right, I think going for poisonous vapors against the wolf spiders and just like tabbing everything else is a pretty solid technique. Okay, so 8 scrolls of enchant weapon. 8 scrolls of enchant weapon. We could fully enchant my vampiric scimitar to +9. I could also just like use that instead of the demon blade. Oh no, I can't because I need the 2 sources of fire resistance. Hmm, that is most unfortunate. I wish I wasn't constrained by my unreasonable need of fire resistance. Very weird thing for this character, I have to say. You find you're getting any lag or delay because it's Bluetooth? Not really. Not any that I have noticed. I have noticed that sometimes it just doesn't work if there's too many things in the way. It's like a weird thing if we're thinking about a wireless controller. But yeah, if you want to, you can also use it plugged into your computer. So yeah, you need to have your cable to charge it and stuff because if you buy it, you don't get a cable. I don't like that personally. I wish it came with a cable, but what can you do about that? But yeah, if you use a cable that you would use normally to charge it to connect it to the computer, you should be able to use it wired. Okay, I am interested in this bolt. Dire elephants and a deep elf archer. What kind of bolt is this? Also, oh, look at that guy. +6 Ledger tank. Sure. Hmm. What do we have with this character to do funny things? I guess I have to Kima's dance. Chance to affect 21%? I guess we're not doing that. Okay. So I would say that Deep of Night with a +6 Ledger tank is a pretty dangerous foe. I guess that was the whole point of this bolt. I wonder if originally that was supposed to be like a Blade Master. Look at this guy. Oh, I get it. It was a Deep Elf Archer with a +6 longbow and a Deep Elf Knight with a +6 light attack and a couple of Dire Elephants. So I assume they were practicing to become like a Master Archer and a Blade Master, respectively, something along those lines. I don't get the flavor of that bolt. But anyway, I'm glad that I didn't die. Agnes, okay. With Archmagi, we are not gonna be using that because we're a melee character. Oh, Mighty Agnes, okay. Say no more. That's all that I needed to hear. We're gonna re-teleport. And then I'm gonna proceed to poison Agnes. Yeah, normal Agnes is already like very sketchy of a fight because she hits really hard and she hits really fast. Mighty Agnes, I wouldn't try. Like if I have an option to not take that fight, I will go for that option. Um, so now that she's no longer mighty, we should be able to kill her. Maybe not easily, but we should be able to kill her because we have poisonous vapors. We're gonna be missing a lot. Agnes unfortunately has a lot of evasion, so really hard monster to hit in general. Mm. Okay, almost dead, very poisoned. So let's just walk away a bit. Come on, just die. I don't think you're gonna be dying from that. So I'm just gonna use Ice Blast. Okay. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Also better safe than death. Elements on Beguiling. I think I want that too. Should I curse the Ring of False Pretenses or the Rat Skin Cloak? I think I'm gonna curse the Rat Skin Cloak. Yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of the Rat Skin Cloak personally. Some people like it a lot. I don't think the rats are impactful enough. I even got it in the early game, and like the rats were not really doing a lot for me. I don't know. I think it's a pretty hard thing to balance how many allies you get um, in retaliation. I wonder if mommy can go Jiba. Like I hadn't thought about that, but maybe a mommy can't go Jiba because Jiba's whole shtick is getting mutations, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if a mommy was unable to go Jiba because of the same reasons that a Jin is unable to go Behumet. Yeah, it is funny because I would go Behumet on Jin every now and then because Behumet enhances the range on some of your spells and like your ability to cast some spells. Of course, you don't get like the greatest thing that Behumet has to offer for your character, which is um, the fact that you get spells from Behumet, and also I guess the mana on kill is very good. But yeah, Jin wouldn't be able to take advantage of those, and so that's why a Jin is banned from going Behumet. I should have tried a Gino Behumet the one day or so where it was a thing that you could actually do. Yeah, that way I could say, hey, I played a Gino Behumet when it was a thing. Doubles wizardry? Is that? Nah. I think. Oh yeah, wizardry. Um, yeah, Behumet makes it easier to cast things. That's kind of what I meant. Yep. It doesn't count towards normal wizardry stacking. Oh, I didn't know about that. I just assumed that it was like normal wizardry. But I guess it makes sense because it doesn't wizardry everything. It just wizardries the things that Behumet likes, which coincidentally are the things that I like as well. This game has a lot of spells, and I like the spells that are very blasty, explodey, and I don't like the spells that are summony or necromancy. And I am kind of indifferent about the spells that are utility, apart from a few of them, like Blink. Yeah, Blink is a necessity, I feel. In fact, I should probably think about training translocations right now to like 5 or so. So I can blink reliably and not have a million turns of cooldown every time I blink. Because in case you don't know, now Blink has a cooldown every time you cast it. Unless you have 100% power on Blink. If you do have that, then it's not gonna give you a ton of cooldown. Okay, I think I'm gonna curse the Ring of 8 Strength and see Invisible. And the Ring of 6 Strength I'm not gonna curse. I like to always leave something uncursed with Ashensari, so I can swap into some resistances if I was to need them. And this character doesn't have any fire resistance, so chances are good that it is indeed going to need some resistances in the future, and therefore some ring swapping. Also, it doesn't have willpower. Um, I guess it's a good thing that I decided to do Spider, because Spider doesn't have like any hexers that I can think of. Okay, that's not good. 9 damage, alright. Yeah, 3 orb spiders at the same time. Kind of annoying. Yeah, it is dangerous, but it is more annoying than it is dangerous. That's how I would describe that. I have never liked, or well, I think I liked our spiders a bit, but I have grown to dislike them a lot ever since I returned to crawl because I had like a couple of years of hiatus of crawl, and when I came back, it was like early 2020, maybe late 2019. Um, And yeah, I just didn't like them that much when I came back. Also, coming back to the game is the thing that inspired me to start streaming in the first place. I always thought that it would be a nice thing to stream crawl and to share the joy of the game with other people on stream. Even since or like ever since I was like a new player, I kind of wanted to stream crawl. I am glad that I waited a bit because now I feel like I can deliver a much more interesting and worthwhile experience than just like haha new players stumbling through the game. Um, I don't know. I guess some people want to watch that, but it is not what I want to produce myself. And that's why I don't play many games on stream other than crawl. I am kind of trying to um, expand and like diversify to grow the stream because at the end of the day I do want this to become like a real thing that at least pays my bills and my food. And I don't know, like I feel like Crawl would maybe get me to that point, but I feel like it's taking longer than I needed to take. So I wouldn't abandon Crawl by any means because it's like my strongest content and pretty much the reason why all of you are following me. If I am to be completely honest, that's what I think. So I wouldn't abandon Crawl by any means, but I feel like I need something else to go alongside Crawl um, to try to kickstart the stream or to like to grow it a bit more. Do you know if the unique weapons are random pre-generated or a mix? If you mean something like this is random. This is just a randart. That's what the community refers them to, or like yeah, that's how the community calls them, a randart, random artifact. Therefore, randart. But there's more than just randarts. Like for example, there's Rift, or the Scepter of Torment, or Wyrmbane. Like there's some that are not randomly generated, and that may have unique properties that are like literally impossible to find in any other weapon in the entire game. And those are what the community refers to as on-randarts, so not a randart, on-randart. Funny names indeed. I hope that answered your question. If it didn't, please let me know so I can actually try my best to answer your question. Maybe I misunderstood something. Okay, I'm not a fan of fighting three Emperor Scorpions at the same time, so we're gonna refill ports. Okay, yep, that was like a big no-no moment. I can deal with one in melee without many issues if I switch into using BAMP. Three is like really not sustainable. Yeah. I guess in this arena it's not so bad to deal with more than one of them at the same time. So a mix of random and permanent. Yeah, it's a combination of the two of them. Some of them, or most of them, I should say, are random, but some of them are not. Okay, you're at full HP, so let's teleport that guy away. Uh-huh. Looking pretty good. Spider used to be a portal bolt. Did you know that? That Spider used to be a portal bolt? In like the very first iteration of Spider, it was a portal bolt, and then it was expanded into being an actual lure branch. Thanks and sorry for your delay. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Thank you for being here and asking. Like I enjoy that. That's part of the experience. Maybe there's someone watching that doesn't really interact in the chat and just that was also like, hey, I kind of want to know that too, but I don't want to chat. And so like, not only did you learn that, but also the person who, or the hypothetical person, also learned of that. It may not have been the case for this one, but like maybe for other questions. Um, but yeah, all right. Hmm. we are done with Spider 4. Um, and we got rune number 1. Pretty good. That was relatively painless. Apart from the little scare that Francis gave me, where I was like actually having a hard time killing her, we did pretty well. I think we also learned a very important lesson. We need to use BAMP for certain monsters. Like for example, for Emperor Scorpions with BAMP, like they're not really that much of an issue because I out heal them. With 35 armor class and 6 sling and BAMP is like gonna be kind of complicated for them to out damage my healing. Um, so that's something that we will take with ourselves when we go into vaults. Um, Depending on what monsters we end up fighting there, we might just like stick to the BAMP weapon or juggle. Okay, we have the Desolation Assault, and you know what we do with the Desolation Assault? We ignore it. We pretend that it doesn't exist. One of these guys has Distortion. Did I see it right? Oh yeah, the Bold Warden has a Distortion. One of these Bold Wardens. By the way, why am I fighting so many monsters at the same time? Not a fan of the current situation. Okay. Now, if I had Ignite Poison, this would be a very convenient time to use it. It would just kill everything, pretty much. This feels kinda scary, not gonna lie. But there's also not much else that I can do other than just like hold my ground here. Do you have a polearm? Oh, okay, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. But I think I prefer you to just be sitting there and try to hit me with the polearm and hit me for either very little damage or just not hit me at all. Because that way, the guys that are behind you, one of which has a polearm as well, and also this guy with distortion, they won't be able to hit me. So I think I would rather just like sit here and wait. Okay, a preserver died, so now everyone else should start dying really fast because the preserver was kinda soaking in a bit of damage. Okay, looking pretty good. Perfect. Excellent. Um, should I continue training armor? Maybe. Maybe I should go for spellcasting. But I don't need to cast that many things. Also, I haven't found many things that I want to cast. That's also like something important to keep in mind. So I think I'm gonna go for maybe a teeny tiny bit of armor. And the poison clouds just like killed everything. I didn't really have to do anything here other than sit here and wait for all of them to die. Um, can I curse anything else? Ooh, I don't think I can. Maybe, no, I don't think I can. I don't think I can curse the ice scales because they're too good of an item to just destroy, and I can reasonably see myself wanting to take them off to deal with some random, very dangerous fire enemy. I cannot curse the second Ring of Strength because I need to have the ring slot for willpower or fire resistance, and I also cannot curse the Demon Blade because I'm juggling between the Demon Blade and the Scimitar. So I literally cannot curse anything else. Oh man, that kinda is annoying. It's not that much of an issue, but it is annoying indeed. Talking about that, I should probably go and well, if I had a ring of willpower, this would be the time to use it. Oh. I'm thinking of doing this. I lose a ton of power, I guess, but I don't feel safe walking around without having more willpower here because there's sphinxes and wizards and random jank that just like destroys you if you don't have willpower. I don't have resistance to electricity, so this warden may be annoying. I'm gonna blink to gain some ground on the warden. Extremely poisoned. Oh, you have an Arbalest of Flaming as well. Well, you are a pretty loaded warden today. Fortunately, it ends up being a rather easy kill. marked immediately, 16%. Those guys always mark you from very low percentages. Yeah, maybe it's like negative bias. I think that's what it's called when you are more likely to remember when something negative happens than when something positive. So maybe those guys have failed to hex me a million times already, but I just haven't noticed because whenever they do hex you, it ends up being more impactful than all those times where you resist their hexes. I think that's probably how it is. Mm, okay. Something that I find rather interesting is that the clouds do not seem to disappear. No, never mind. They do disappear. Um, yeah, I thought that maybe being able to see them with Ashensari's crying made them not disappear, but it is not the case. And yeah, we're not doing the Desolation Assault with this character or with any character. I think of it as a more likely to kill you version of a hard ice cave with less potential rewards. Sure, it has like a couple of rand darts and stuff, but the kind of character that you need to survive Desolation Assault is like too much. Like you need a very powerful character, and it still can kill you easily. So I have never been a fan of that place. Hmm. I wonder if I should learn ramparts or animate armor. I was thinking of those last stream. Fortunately, the character is just powerful enough that I can just continue with the current game plan of just pressing tab, and I can get away with doing that without like doing much else. Hmm. Big damage. Okay, so now I have to make a decision. Do I want to engage the warden? I think I can just walk around a bit. Um, the reason why that is a good thing for me is because I have regen, so I'm healing, and the bold warden is also seriously poisoned, so I can just like stall until I'm powerful enough to kill the warden. Hmm. Well, that was annoying. Okay. Looking pretty good. Looking like I might be able to just kill the warden with some poison. Hmm. I haven't mentioned it, but there's a non-zero chance that tomorrow there may not be a stream because I'm getting like the second dose of the vaccine. So yeah, who knows what that's gonna do to me. The first dose was pretty rough. So if I'm not feeling well enough, I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream. But fingers crossed, maybe I will not have many issues. Okay, a lot of curses, not a lot of things that we can curse, unfortunately. What is that? Oh man, these are so almost good. Like I definitely would love to upgrade +0 globes into +3 globes, but we cannot use a third item that gives me weakness to fire, or I guess a second item. I'm just counting the innate weakness to fire that mommy has. Yeah, we cannot do that. On the other side, there's trash. So yeah, apart from these globes, and the globes themselves are not that good, so I would not go in. In general, I tend to not go in, to not go into transporter bolts. They are pretty dangerous indeed. Only gauntlets, because I'm okay with gauntlets. Um, Gauntlets are pretty fair. You get shown your reward for not dying, and you get shown the threat that you're fighting against. And you get to make your decision. So yeah, I like gauntlets a lot because of that. Mm, Okie dokie. You know, this mummy is surprisingly powerful for a mummy, but 14 strength plus 6 demon blade. I guess I don't have it on right now, but once I get out of here, maybe, most likely, 6 slaying from the Ice Dragon scales. By the way, I'm very glad that I didn't choose to curse them, because if I had cursed those Ice Dragon scales, I would have completely lost them forever. Yes, because I don't think I would be able to just like walk around here using them. There's too many dangerous hexers. I don't think we have seen any, but sphinxes, wizards, even, well, I guess these guys don't do much. Normally, agony would be a severe concern of mine when dealing with these guys. Mummies are immune to it. Okay. I'm not liking this. It's too many enemies. Maybe it is time for me to read the reports. Okay, maybe it is time for me to go upstairs as well. Alright. Finding so many. Well, it's not so many, but finding any amount of Yoctors at the edge of line of sight in the middle of nowhere is so awkward. And I guess I could have gone in here, but I don't know if there were monsters on the other side. That's why I didn't do it. In general, you should probably not go into any unexplored terrain when you're fleeing from monsters, because there's always the possibility of you running into something even worse, and that's obviously a really bad thing. Okay, so obviously I don't want these guys to like group up. It is very inconvenient. Okay, there we go. Oof, I'm very glad that I was able to use Condenser Bane and just like deal a lot of damage to them. Deal a lot of damage to them. Mm. Hey, Petey Paul, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Mm, yeah, I hope that you enjoy what we are playing tonight. We're playing a good old mommy Cinder Acolyte. We have already abandoned Ignis, so Ignis unfortunately died. And now we're with Ashinsari, and this character is crazy powerful. Yes. And right now I don't have it, but I have a crazy set of Ice Dragon scales on. And unfortunately, it happened to be Ice Dragon scales. If it had been like if it had been the same but fire, is like end game levels of good. Um, did you get rat shafted already? I did get rat shafted, but we abandoned Ignis a long time ago. A whole stream ago, actually. I abandoned Ignis on Tuesday, and we uh, mollified, or I guess removed Ignis from existence on Tuesday as well. Very short wrath. Also not that intense. I waited quite a while to abandon because of the whole, oh, you're not gonna have fire resistance. So I didn't know, but we found out on that stream that if you have enough fire resistance to counteract your innate weakness to fire from being a mummy, then you don't like lose that. Um, but you don't get much more than that. Oh, this Deep of Sorcerer decided to be kinda nasty with a double corrosion across 4 turns. I guess I don't have resistance to corrosion, so this time I don't get to complain. Um, hmm. Not a fan of this situation. I feel like I could just explode super fast to this guy. And I also don't have resistance to corrosion, so there's that. If I could Berserk, maybe Vampiric Berserk would give me the win easily. But I don't have as an option. That as an option as a mommy. Nope. Hmm. 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 I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do. I think I'm gonna play it safe and just go for the teleport. Okay, you're hasted. Your chances to banish me are 3%, so at least in that regard we are kinda safe. I'm gonna try to melee with Vamp while we wait for the teleport. But yeah, I would rather just like not play games with a mommy. Getting a mommy past the early game is an ordeal. I think it only happened because I went Ignis. Ignis kinda carried me completely through the early game. I used Ignis Foxfire Swarm so much. I also used the new Fire Armor ability. I'm glad that Sea of Fire was removed. It was cool in flavor, but in practice it was so bad. I feel like it should have been just a bunch of clouds of fire like Condenser Bane. But then that would have been probably too powerful. Maybe coupled with a limitation of only once per run, like the Upshaft ability? Maybe? Who knows? It's gone now. I don't think it's gonna be coming back one way or another. Mm, so yeah, if you like crawl, I stream crawl 4 days a week. I may start with something else, but I will always go to crawl because crawl is the game that I like the most. It also is the game that I think I can make the best content with. Yep. I also like the design philosophy and everything that Kroll has to offer a lot. Irradiates. Irradiates. What if I became a mommy transmuter? It is funny because mommies cannot cast forms. So they like if I was to train for irradiate, it would only be to get like a great spell. It wouldn't be to cast a statue form or anything else. Okay, we know about that. I don't think I care about that or that or that or that. I think I already have those spells too. Um, or that. Okay, so pretty much the only spell that I want, yeah, the only spell that I want here is Irradiate. I wonder how much skill do I need to be able to cast that. I guess we can train. Maybe 10. Considering the vast amount of strength that I have, I don't think my armor will severely hinder me. So let's just buy that. Let's learn ramparts because why not? Let's also learn Irradiate because I just bought it. Okay. So Irradiate 98% chance to fail. We're gonna need 10 and 10 conjurations and transmutations. Quite probably, maybe slightly more than 10 and 10. Maybe 11 and 11. Alright, this time the sorcerer was not an issue, and after we make a significant investment, like we used 1/4 of my total money with this character, I just get a bazaar at the next level. That's pretty funny. Kroll has an odd sense of humor sometimes. Mm, ouch. Maybe don't get meleeed by 3 dire elephants. Yeah, maybe don't do that. All right. If it's only one, as I mentioned, like it's not really that bad because I bump it and I hit really hard with 30 strength, right? Maybe we can deal with 2 of them. Yeah, the power of Vamp, and the reason why I haven't cursed my weapon, and I will most likely not do so. I hope that I get like a Vamp Demon Blade or something cool like that. So I can retire the Scimitar. The Scimitar is kind of not terrible. In fact, if I hadn't already found this Demon Blade, I would probably be still using the Scimitar. Mm. Oh, yeah, no, 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 we're not doing that. For some reason, I thought that I was gonna be able to close the door on you and you wouldn't be able to open it, but I guess that's kind of rude towards gargoyles. Of course, gargoyles can open doors. I can play a player gargoyle and I can open the door. So why wouldn't a monster be able to do that? Okay, paralysis? No, you have way too much willpower. That is an issue. You don't have any evasion, but I don't have any acid. You have too much armor class. Well, I hope that you don't kill me. I feel like this is gonna be a bit of a coin flippy fight because there's not much else that I can do. Yeah, it's too fast. Oh no, don't. Yeah, are you fast or something? Oh, you are fast. Okay. I think the peacekeepers do not open doors. Huh. Okay. Well, I did that because it has battle cry, and if I cannot deal with a normal war gargoyle, sorry, I would have way more issues with a mighty war gargoyle. Okay, Mr. Wizard, 1% banishment. We can deal with that. Goodbye. Hmm. These high-level zombies kind of hurt, but fortunately they don't pose that much of a threat apart from just hurting a bit. Ooh, it seems that I ran into a dead end. Quite unfortunate. Okay, yep. This character right now, it has zero slaying, and it still deals so much damage. I think it may be because of electrocution on the Demon Blade, but electrocution got super nerfed. It's probably not that, and it's most likely the fact that I have 30 strength. Yep, you don't really notice the effect of strength until you try to play a melee character with like 10 strength or something along those lines. And then you go through the entirety of the game wondering why you are failing so miserably to kill things. But yeah, stats matter a lot. In fact, I don't like how much of an impact stats have in your character because the design philosophy of Crawl is kind of like no matter what the start is, you can kind of do whatever you want, and I feel like stats kind of limit that. Um, Aptitude's limited, but stats limited much more because it's much harder to get good stats than to get good aptitudes. Hypothetically, you could go and do like 6 or 7 cigarettes. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but maybe 6 or 7 cigarettes, and just like get 27 in all skills as a troll. But a troll will still not have a crazy amount of intelligence unless it finds a bunch of intelligence items, which there's a very serious chance of you actually finding a bunch of intelligence if you do 7 cigarettes. Um, but you know what I mean. Most characters will not really get that opportunity. Oh, wait. What if I get silence? What if I get silence? I'm gonna think about it, depending on what else these things have. Hmm. No. Hmm. Rendered longsword. I'm leaning towards no. Blade of willpower. It is slightly better than what I'm currently using, and I could see myself using it in the end game, but I don't know if I want to. Also, I think maybe what I should go for in the end game is just like gold dragon skills. It is kind of unfortunate because I really want to use these ice dragon skills. Like they have 6 slaying. How do you say no to that? It's just that the game is kind of forcing me to not use them. It's so sad. I wish I could use them. Um, and potions. Okay. So from here, we could buy this and use silence. Um, because silence is very powerful for disabling dangerous spellcasters, monsters that can petrify, most specifically, and leeches, I guess. Of course, it is a dangerous spell to use. You cannot blink with blinking, with scrolls of blinking, or you cannot cast any spells while it is active. Kind of a double-edged sword. Should I buy that? That longsword? What if it's like plus 12 and BAMP? What if it's like plus 12 and BAMP and like has 3 pips of fire resistance? Okay, I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't buy it. And of course it's not good. Let's just leave it on the floor. Okay, I guess I'm glad that I checked it because it could have been amazing. But it ended up not being amazing as I suspected. Okay, we keep getting curses with Ashensari, but I have already mentioned we cannot really take any more curses. The only 3 uncursed items in my inventory are my body armor, my weapon, and my shield. And those items I'm actively juggling, much to my dismay, I have to say. I would like to not have to juggle my body armor. But the ring and the weapon, I am like very actively. Pretty much every fight I'm going into BAMP. And for the ring, um, fire resistance, and willpower. I haven't gotten those rings yet, but I don't want to destroy my ring of strength when I do get those rings and when I need to use them. In general, I think it's a pretty good thing to just leave a ring slot open for Ashensari. All right, this is being super fast, by the way. It's been 3 hours and a half. Okay, not as fast as I thought that it was. Um, sure. But still relatively fast, I guess. It is a mummy after all. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, I kind of need you not to melt. If you melt, we are in trouble. I guess they can melt too large, but any more than that is out of the question. Okay. Alrighty. Not bad. And yeah, using Vampiric there was really good because it extended my staying power in that fight. Vampiric is just great. Oh, talking about Vampiric being great, I just thought of something funny that we could do with this character. We could use Leech, and Leech would make it so that we deal a lot of damage, but we also heal a lot. And it is a longsword. In fact, Leech would probably be like the ideal weapon for this character. How am I doing tonight? I'm kind of sleepy, but I'm doing well. Yeah, thank you for asking. How about you? How are you doing tonight? I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, I wish I had some coffee. I kind of do need some coffee. But we ran out of coffee and we haven't really been able to buy some more, so that's why I'm all sleepy. I hope you hope my shot goes well tomorrow. Me too, me too. Last time I almost, well, it was not like I almost died actually, but it was indeed quite aggravating last time, or when I got my first dose of the COVID vaccine. You're good. You just won a vampire conjurer. Finally, 1-on-1 even. Was a typo start. But yeah, vampires have like a really bad aptitude for conjurations, right? That's one of the reasons why I don't like them. Because I like conjurations a lot, and they just like the game is kind of like, no, you're not gonna do that. -3. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I wish they had more. It seems that the more stealth aptitude a species has, the least I like it, with the possible exception of Binestalker. I like Binestalker quite a lot. Well, Mr. Reaver, you are being kind of a nuisance. You're not really dealing that much damage with every attack, but you are dealing a lot of damage and you have a shield, so it is kind of hard for me to hurt you. Even with a buckler, monsters block so much. You're very glad vampires over. They're not a species you liked. I thought that you like. Oh, who was it? Someone was like, an aficionado of stealthy, stabby species, and vampire kinda that. So I don't get it. Um, so, Mr. Tango River with double poison resistance, so don't even think about poisonous vapors or key rare. Maybe net. Maybe net. Hey, the Tango River is caught in the net. Alright, so now I can actually hurt it. It cannot block me while held in a net. But I guess it can shoot me with lightning bolt. If I had silence, it would be a pretty good time to use it, I think. I think with silence, I don't have much to fear when it comes to this Tango River. However, if we don't do well, we could die. But nah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna go for silence. Alright, there we go. You slash the Tango River, you feel better. So now, you cannot cast the spells. Come on, stop blocking my attacks, thank you. Alright. Stupid Tango River with a buckler. Monsters with bucklers and poison resistance are like pretty deadly to my character, it seems. So yeah, I need a ring of willpower. With a ring of willpower, I think I would take off my current ring of strength. I would take just the strength loss and switch from using my chainmail to use the ice dragon skills for a lot more or for a lot more slaying, yes, and a lot more armor class, and also for intelligence. It's not bad by any means. Um, my radiate is at 21%. So whenever that becomes castable, that is also another option that we have against monsters with shields. Yeah, you didn't see it last stream. It was like my reward for doing the hard ice cave. The D15 ice cave with an ice fiend. I obviously wasn't able to kill that. Um, so what I did instead was I took advantage of the fact that I am a mummy, and I just like kind of ignored it, and like made it walk around a pillar and just grab that and re-teleport. That was such a cool moment of the stream. If you can, you should go back and watch it. It was like almost the last part of like Tuesday's stream. In fact, it was so cool that that moment alone made it so that this character will be going to YouTube. Um, yeah, if this character had tried to press tab against the Ice Fiend, I think I would have died in like 3 attacks. So yeah, I want to use that a lot. And I even have the fire resistance to make it so that I'm not weak. I'm not resistant either, but I am not weak to fire if I'm using these. The issue with using them is that I barely have any willpower. I have one item equipped, which is a chainmail. So if I had a ring, I would definitely be able to use them. But the ring hasn't come my way yet, and so we are waiting precisely for that. Yes, and the reason why we don't want to walk around without willpower is because, you know how bolts is. Sphinxes, wizards, bolt sentinels. So many monsters in here that can ruin your day if you don't have willpower. That's why I always say that willpower is quite probably the most important thing for any character to have at any stage of the game. Even in the early game, there's like very dangerous hexers. So if you happen to find like a D1 ring of willpower, you are very well set off to not die horribly to said hexers. Like Grinder and Sigmund. Jessica even has a slow. Egypt can generate with a wand of paralysis or mind blast. Yeah, there's so many examples at all stages of the game. That's the early game, and I already gave the examples for the mid game. But in the late game, there's like liches. I guess you still encounter sphinxes. There's those new petrify tomes. I guess those guys are definitely something that also qualifies for for the price of Danger's Hexer of the branch. So yeah, a lot of Hexers, a lot of Hexers. Talking about Sphinxes, 3% chance to paralyze. I hope that doesn't happen because I would be sad if it did happen. Okay, do you have a shield or something? Why are you not dying then? Probably get rid of the Sphinx first, because from that side only one monster can attack me, and from this side only one monster exists. So if I get rid of the Sphinx, that's like less damage that I take every turn, right? Okay, we take zero. What? It can miss? I didn't know that it could miss. I thought that it was undodgeable. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna complain about it being able to miss. Um, okay, I think this is a bad situation because there's a warden. There's like 20,000 monsters, including of course a titan that I don't have the resistance for, nor I could get it. I guess I have that Staff of Air, but realistically, I'm not gonna be using that against a titan. So that is a bit of a problem. I think I should be very proactive here and just re-teleport before really bad things happen to me. Okay. By the way, that looks like a nasty bolt somehow because of the wide amount of monsters. Um, I think I'm just gonna exclude that and not walk towards there. Huh. Okay. It's probably not a bolt. No, 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 it should be a bolt. Okay, in that case, what if I do this? Alright, as long as it's only the bolt warden, maybe I can deal with it. And then if things go bad, like I'm not trapped fighting other monsters. Yeah, hello monkeys, we are playing Crawl as pretty much always. Yeah, I like playing Crawl. I wish I could play other things as well and like get a lot of viewers, but I'm okay with playing Crawl. I enjoy Crawl a lot. It's not by any means at the point where I feel like I have to play crawl. In fact, I purposefully limit the amount of crawl that I play so that I stay as far away from that possibility as possible. Thank you for subscribing, Monkings. I appreciate it. Flexing the founder badge. Yeah, it's a very good thing that I got like more emote slots because it allows me to add the Padoru emote now that it's like the Padoru season. It will go away after like January or so, maybe after December. Okay, Yoctor Strong. Mm, I'm not a fan of this. Not at all. I wonder what happens if I Phantom Mirror a Convoker that is convoking. I don't think it would convoke, and I don't think whatever it would convoke would be friendly to me. So I'm not gonna do that. Well, I am not a fan of using so many scrolls of teleport, and that's why I haven't used one yet. I also don't feel like I can just run away, yeah, into a more favorable position for me to fight. Not that high on HP. My defenses are kind of trash. This guy will convoke. Unfitting title, Torment plus Emo incoming. Torment plus Emo. We could do that. There is an issue, however, and that is, there's no issue. There's actually no issue. We can definitely Torment Immolation. I just have to wield the Demon Blade. But yeah, that sounds like a pretty good play. I think I'm just gonna preemptively walk away from the monsters that get summoned. Ah, okay. The Convoker points at the Preserver and mumbles some strange words. Does this guy always mighty someone after convoking? Is that how it works? Hmm, I don't know. I'm just wondering because it seems that in recent days convokers were buffed I wouldn't be surprised if it was indeed the case, considering how people were abusing them to cheese transporter bolts. Not a fan of this, as I mentioned. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna re-teleport. I took way too much damage repositioning, as I suspected that I was going to take. Okay, that's fine. At least I was able to heal some HP, and I landed in the vicinity of a single monster. Ring of Willpower, finally. So we're gonna drop that, and this, and this, and this, and this. Have you seen Lost Ruins, pretty weird side scroller? Never seen it. If you want me to check it out, there's like a channel on. Oh, I guess there's no more. Like that channel doesn't exist anymore in my Discord because no one ever used it. But yeah, you can put it in general. Put something about that game in general, and I'll check it out after I'm done with the stream. Because if you mention it on the stream, almost always what happens is that I end up like immediately forgetting about it because that's just how it is. Um, yeah, that seems to happen to me a lot when I'm streaming. I don't really forget about the stream, but I forget about some things about the stream. But yeah, please do put it on the Discord if you want me to check it out. Otherwise, there's a pretty good chance of me forgetting about it. It's just how it is. Okay, we're doing fine. Did you see the new Jreth pull request? I saw that people were talking about it. I haven't looked into it in detail, but I am positively like preemptively excited about it. Wow, 72 damage. It was almost a maximum damage roll. It was actually almost a maximum damage roll, 72. It was half my HP. I don't have resistance, but I also don't have weakness, and I have 37 armor class, and it was still almost a maximum damage roll. That was crazy. Probably should have gone for Curer long before this. Okay, that's my bad. Jesus, you thought you could just got tormented? I mean, for practical purposes, I did just get tormented, except for the fact that it can just deal 72 damage the next turn if I get a bad roll again. Yeah, wow, that's gonna be the best roll a monster has gotten against me in the whole year. Like that was almost a maximum damage roll. The maximum damage is 75, right? And it dealt 72 past 37 armor class. Like, why? Or more like, how? And now I know that it's like incredibly unlikely for that to happen again. Incredibly unlikely. Um, but I just can't afford it to get hit by that again. Oh man, that's kind of really annoying. Fear? I don't want to blink. I'm not gonna blink. I'm not. Well, I might blink if it hits me and it doesn't kill me. I might blink, but I'd rather not blink. Walk away. Okay, bolt of fire misses. That guy's going crazy with the bolts of fire. By the way, last couple of turns have been bolt of fire, bolt of fire, bolt of fire. Um, Okay, you can see it here. The bolt of fire hits you but does no damage, and then it hits me for 72, and then it misses me. So 3 turns in a row it has gone for bolt of fire, and the turn before it started spamming that, it went for fireball. I guess we should also keep fireball in mind as a possibility because it even deals more damage than the bolt of fire. It should deal less damage, in my opinion, considering how fireball doesn't miss. I guess it can be blocked by allies, but you know, I still think that it shouldn't deal more damage. Anyway, now we're gonna fear. We fear the fire giant, and so we shall depart. You don't know about that? You don't know about fireball dealing more damage than bolt of fire? Or what do you mean? I would like to know. All Right. Now we have an issue with this character, and the issue is that if I walk around with the scimitar, I'm weak to fire. My fire resistance comes from only one interlevel ally is me. Oh, the rework. Yeah, I haven't seen anything about the rework. I'm just excited because Dread is kinda lame, and now there's a chance for Dread to not be kinda lame, right? So that's what is exciting about the rework to me at least. Ooh, I'm not liking this. It seems that we have been getting into too many fights in a row where it's just like not good. Um, this is not looking good at all. I think I should probably leave here. It wouldn't be the first game where I just don't complete bolts for. Um, yeah, I think I should leave. Now, the issue with this is that War Gargoyle is mighty, is fast, and can hit me really, really hard. So I kind of feel like I need to kill it, but then the War Gargoyle is not the only thing that threatens ranged damage. The Bolt Warden also does that, and I would love to be able to reposition to not have to think about the Bolt Warden, but I cannot move without just dealing or without just like giving away free damage to the War Gargoyle. So I feel like I have to kill it right now. But of course, there's also the issue with wands nowadays. In case you didn't see, wands after D8 got nerfed pretty hard. Um, Now they give like significantly less charges than before. And because of that, you end up with characters like this one. I think they got over nerfed. Look at my charges. I have a bunch of flame, and flame is irrelevant. And I have a decent amount of ice blast, but I don't have well, I guess I have paralysis now. Didn't have it before. I don't have charm. I don't have acid. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that change. I think it needs more fine tuning, or at least I think um, I think it's okay in theory to lower the amount of charges that you get from once, but I think it shouldn't happen that early into the game. I think starting on D8 is like ridiculous. Um, hmm. So, in short, no more normal piety. Piety based on zombies who automatically get raised upon killing something. Piety costs zombies. Huh, that's pretty cool. Can trade zombies for all dread ally gifts. Can be recalled to other levels now. Can't be recalled to other levels now. What do you mean by that? Huh. So they don't permanently follow you? That's kind of lame. Okay, okay. Pretty weird concept. Yeah, anyway, we're gonna re-teleport and we're gonna skip this level. I don't think I can do anything other than that. Mhm. This would be the time where I would start drinking heal wounds, if I have the ability to drink. Yes, I know that all Dread Ally gives followed you for the entirety of the game. Um, I don't know if I like that they don't no longer follow you. I hope that at least the enslaved soul thing doesn't check willpower or anything like that. I wish I could drink potions. I wish I could teleport. Am I dead? I feel like the teleport last or took way too long. 1, 2, 3, 4 turns? Does it check willpower right now? I actually have no idea because it's been a while since I've played Jira de la Mule. Okay, got a pretty lucky teleport. Not gonna complain about it. Let's just get out of here. Probably should have blinked before, instead of hoping for teleport to do something. But I feel like teleport takes forever to trigger now. It used to be like 3 turns, and now it's more like 5 turns. Hmm. I like that now when you inspect an item, it says it is found commonly compared to other types of scroll, and compare that to Torment. It is found rarely compared to other types of scroll. goal seems to be that it's kind of like Cusco in the sense that it builds piety per level, then you dive and the piety resets as opposed to other piety. It is understandable. And I think that's an issue that people have with current Necromancer, right? That it works like that, that when you enter the level, you're kind of trash, but the more that you progress into the level, the more zombies you have. And by the end of the level, you have a million zombies that will not follow you to the next level. I don't know if that's a good approach to Juredremnu, personally, because I don't like that about Necromancer. But I don't care. Like, there's so many gods that, and there's so many things in Crawl that it's okay if you don't like some of them. I would even go as far as to say that it's okay if you don't like most of them, because even if you don't like most of them, you still have like hundreds of hours of entertainment. Potion Sir, you're going into battle and you need my strongest potions. I don't know that meme well enough to respond to you. I think it's like something like you're not strong enough for my strongest potions? I don't know. I don't know. We're not gonna be doing the rest of bolts until much later in the game because that level seemed pretty nasty. Too many convokers and stuff and things that hit me really hard. I guess I could have irradiated the gargoyle. I was looking into things that I could do to it to make sure that it died next turn, and I didn't see the irradiate. Like I completely forgot it. I need to keep that in mind much more often. Um, so yeah, let's go ahead and maybe do shoals. With 37 armor class, fingers crossed. I think shows should not be terrible with 37 armor class. Also, I fly, so I won't be fumbling attacks in here. Also, I am immune to being mesmerized, so I can go back to my ring of strength. Can I even reach it? I may not be able to reach it. Hmm. I wish I had Orb of Destruction with this character. Orb of Destruction is always like a tool that you just cast it and yeah, kill target monster pretty much. Kind of like Maxwell's instant kill, but a bit more reliable, I guess, because you aim it at least, and that's a pretty good thing. Okay, I'm gonna Yeah, I'm gonna use silence against this guy. Oh, by the way, now that I have silence, maybe I could do elf. But I like everything to do elf. I have the willpower, but I don't have the fire resistance or the resistance to electricity or the ability to kill things from afar. I'm just like a melee character that doesn't even have attraction, so I'm not too much of a fan of doing that. Uh, do I have Cossphere? I do. I should probably use it more. Well, with only 28% power, it's probably not gonna be too good against the current monsters. Mm. Am I still silenced? It lasts for quite a while. Can I get to my ring of willpower, please? Alright. Can I get to my ring, or not my ring of willpower, my ring of strength? You know what, I'm just gonna abandon the ring of strength. There's gotta be another good ring that I could put on. Hmm. Maybe a ring of fire resistance. I wish I had one. Uh, it seems that I dropped all the rings that I could consider putting on in the same place that I dropped the ring of fire of the ring of strength. That is quite unfortunate. Where is it? It is kind of far away. Yeah, I might be able to reach it. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. If things get too bad, I'm gonna turn around and like not come back anymore. No, don't do that. Okay, we're gonna Curer the Fire Giant. We failed to Curer and the Fire Giant goes for the second Fireball. So 26 and 46. I wish I had Fire Resistance, but I do not have that. I guess I'm not making it any easier for myself when it comes to acquiring Fire Resistance, considering that I am a mummy wearing ice scales. But the ice scales are so good. Okay, switch to this. Walk here, cast silence. Okay, now you cannot fireball me. Aha! Perfect. Lamau made a PR for a demonic rune shop that appears in Pan, and it sells the rune, or does it ask rune from you, runes from you? Sorry if I didn't pronounce that properly. I assume that it sells the rune. Yeah, I think that's one bolt that Nikolai has always wanted to make. Um, it would be pretty funny. Yeah, I wonder what people in Reddit are gonna say about that when it eventually gets added into the game. I don't think it would be rejected. Sells a room for between 3K to 9K. Yeah, that's a pretty funny PR. I like it. I like it. I wonder if it's guarded by a Pandemonium Lord. I wonder if it can appear in multiples. Maybe not. So back to shows we go. Average 6.6 thousand. It's a lot of money. And yeah, that level seems ridiculous. I don't think I wanna be in that level anymore. Not gonna lie. Oh yeah, the nerf to amount of items in a shop is very noticeable. Like I think the nerf was aimed at reducing multiples of items. Why do shops like this still generate? Like that's worthless. That's like if no shop had generated. But what do I know? I think I would prefer it if shops were rarer past the early game, and by early game, let me be very clear here. I mean past D15 and Lure and Nork. So starting on Lure branches and bolts and depths maybe make shops less common, but have more interesting items so that they are not literally worthless like the shop that we just saw. But that's just me. Maybe I am talking crazy. What do I know about game development after all? Mm, oh, that's Kirky. Okay. What's your chance to hex me, Kirky? If you have a demonic rune, it's also another rare item like a six fig. Ooh, or maybe a quad damage. I would like to see a quad damage in the game. More people need to know the joys of quad damage. Imagine using a quad damage um, against like a Pandemonium Lord, like a big one, like Cerebov, or like against this Pater, and just like destroying it. It would be too much fun. I hope that it does make it into the game, like the whole quad damage thing. Okay. Oh, I am immune to pig form because I am a mummy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't made the connection, but sure. Okay. Kirky should be easy. I wish that execution sacks wasn't so heavy. Maybe I would consider it if it was a broad axe. But ideally, I would find a cool double sword somewhere around here. Wow. If that rove was. No, actually, it's kind of worthless to my character. It's just that I saw the poison resistance and I defaulted it to being good. Um, okay, we are going to not be next to that. Okay, if I ever need it, and hopefully I won't need it, I guess I can always come back and pick up that ring or um, that scroll of magic mapping. Yes. Okay, Kirky is literally worthless against my character. Doesn't even try to go for the slow, which would have kind of worked. Distillery, kind of worthless for my character. And by the way, that's something that I haven't talked about, but it is a really bad downside of being a mummy. You cannot use potions. I have said it multiple times, but really think about what it means to not be able to use potions. It means that you do not have the access to haste or might or treeform or resistance or so many impactful end game buffs that you normally go through SOT with. Yeah, you just don't have access to them unless you go Gozak. I guess that's a pretty good reason to go Gosag in the first place. But I feel like I wanted to go Ashensari in order to be powerful. If I had gone Gosag, I feel like I would also be really powerful with this character. But I went Ashensari, and almost immediately after going Ashensari, I became really strong with the Ice Dragon skills and I think the Demon Blade. Did I get the Demon Blade before or after abandoning? I think I got it after abandoning. No, before abandoning Ignis. I think I got the Demon Blade and then I abandoned Ignis for Ashensari. Maybe I should have gone Gosag. Maybe. Who knows? Mistakes were made. Maybe. We don't know for real. Okay, I don't have resistance to Nicola, and Nicola nowadays is pretty mean. So I'm just gonna wait around the corner, hope that Nicola steps here, go for the silence. Aha. Globes of Hurling. Okay, those are new. They don't really do a lot unless you throw, but they're like old globes of archery. Okay. Shoutouts to Shoutouts to good old silence spell. Pretty effective there. You go zigged instead of go sagged. It's a common mistake. I guess so. So we are gonna shatter the chains, get rid of the globes. The globes are literally nothing. So I'm gonna replace them for +2 globes, so I gain 2 armor class, and maybe use the hurling thing. In case you don't know, it is like nerfed archery. Archery no longer exists, so now hurling only affects throwables. Unfortunately, throwables are extremely rare. So yeah, overall it's just like a big nerf to globes. Does it matter? Probably not. I would be much more excited to find globes of infusion. I have wanted to try them, and I don't think I've seen them ever since they got implemented. In general, branded pieces of armor are like so rare. How do you feel about the infusion brand? Well, I was just talking about that, funny enough. I wish I knew how to feel about it. It's just so rare that I have not seen it yet. But yeah, I feel like this character would be very happy to use infusion globes. I wonder if I'm immune to War Strike. I hadn't thought about it, but I am a mummy. I cannot breathe, so maybe I am immune to War Strike. Or maybe I was just standing on the stone staircase, or did it get covered up? It probably got covered up. Okay, no wonder it took so long to train that. I didn't turn off armor. Well, that was a bit of an oopsie. I guess we can train spellcasting to 15 for a bit more mana. 3% irradiate. Not that much power, and therefore not that much damage, but still castable. Still will hit things that are next to me without checking evasion, and that makes it really good. Oh, Demon Trident of Pain. I wish it was a Demon Sword instead, or a Demon Blade. Oh, Luis. Okay, what's your chance to banish me? It's 15%. Okay, let's put on Willpower. Now, what's your chance to banish me? It's 1%, and now my success chances are kind of the same? Kind of. Maybe I could use a Ring of Intelligence instead of using the Ring of Strength with this character. Yeah, at least I have the advantage of being a mummy. Being a mummy gives you a ton of willpower, and that makes it so that you can kind of afford not having willpower. I still prefer to have willpower. With most species, I would have 2 items of willpower. With mummy, I would have 1 item of willpower. With Spriggan, I would have 0 items of willpower later in the game because Spriggans get that much willpower. Fortitude and range. Armor for fortitude. I think I can do that. I think I can do that. On the globes of hurling, it's very flavorful that the globes of hurling enhance my throwing. If I do decide to do that, there's no guarantee that I will do it, and I think it's very likely that I will not do that. So yeah, I wouldn't shed a tear if I had to destroy those to find infusion, because for practical purposes they are only +2 globes. Ah, look at that, I found Mind Burst. That, I think, is literally the first Mind Burst that I find since the early game. I wish ones were a bit more common. Or maybe I just got unlucky with those in this character. I mean, I guess I can't complain. This character got pretty lucky in other ways. Okay, there we go. I am feeling pretty good about shoals, not gonna lie, but I also haven't seen anything too messed up or dangerous. We haven't seen any javelineers. We saw an impaler, but impalers are like not nearly as dangerous as a javelineer. Ooh, that's not good. Finding a kraken in the open is not a pleasant experience. Maybe we can kind of get rid of it as long as I do it in a rather careful fashion. There we go. Hey, it wasn't so bad. Shows 3. You have a vision of a gate, and it was not announced. Is it a non-temporary bazaar? If it is, I would be very pleased. Um, I hope that it is. It might be just like a shop or something lame. I guess we are about to discover it. It is a non-announced bazaar. Okay, good stuff. I'm gonna wait until I have more money. I have 1600 gold. I do need some things that are rather common, like rings of fire resistance or rings of slaying. I guess they're not so common. Like I'm not hoping for some crazy bonkers Randart or something along those lines. I just want like a normal ring of fire resistance. It's funny that whenever you are not a mummy, you're like, oh yeah, I have like 10 of those rings of fire resistance. Who would ever use that many? But when you're a mummy, you go through so long without finding a single ring of fire resistance. Also, without finding a good source of willpower. It took so long until I found that ring of willpower. Um, yeah, this one ring of willpower. You found it on level 4 of the vaults after doing D15, Orc, and Lair, of course, and also Spider. Can you fly? You cannot fly until you become a dragon. The Hydras do fly, or rather swim on water. So I guess the railbird strategy that I was thinking of wouldn't work here. Okay. Hmm. So, Baisu Shen would be a serious issue if she was to turn into a storm dragon because I don't have the resistance. Oh, Mara. Do you have a demon blade? Ooh, you do. So I can enchant it to +9. Well, +8, I guess. Um, can I brand it as well? I have 5 brand weapon. All right. Not gonna complain about that. Okay, okay. So as long as I can kill Mara, we should be able to acquire that. Ooh, that's looking like Ilsuiu's band, maybe, because of the high density of Merfolk. Okay. What do you do, Nine Settler Solution? Alright. Cause fear immune. I guess monsters don't cast Irradiate or Ramparts. Can hit for 37 plus its weapon of electrocution. Okay. Sure. I wonder where that 37 comes from. Um, yeah, I wonder what makes it say 37. Is it taking into account that I'm wearing slaying? Is it taking into account that I have 30 strength, or is it only checking the weapon and the enchantment of the weapon? Who knows? Who knows? Okay, Baisushen hasn't stepped into the shaft. Um, okay, there she goes. You kill Mara. All right, that was easy. The merfolk should proceed to die soon. I have 3 pips of cold resistance, so I couldn't care less about standing on clouds of ice or clouds of freezing vapor. Freezing vapor does a lot of damage on Noita. In NetHack, or rather not in NetHack, in Crawl it is kind of a dangerous thing as well, but it is not as dangerous as in Noita. But I feel like in Noita everything is obscenely dangerous. And it's just like waiting for you to make a small lapse in judgment for you to explode as a direct result. Um, Man, Noita is fun. If I could stream Noita, I would stream so much Noita. Like I think I would start with Noita every stream, and I would just switch to Crawl every stream. But it's just not a thing that I can do yet. Um, yeah, before the whole COVID thing started, I had a font that I was going to use for a computer. But instead of using it for a computer, I decided to invest with a friend, and that was a pretty good thing in foresight, um, because of my friend's business didn't die, and now it's I would even go as far as to say that it is thriving, and I get like a return on my investment, and I also like that serves me well. I can use it to not starve. Um, but I do wish I had a computer. Yeah, just to stream Noita. Maybe we can do that in the future. Maybe. Okay. So far it has been okay. Oh, this is one of the new show endings. Oh man, this is not gonna be easy. This ending goes for super long, I think. Storm Castle End. Yeah, Minotaurs with javelins. Oh man, I guess it's okay that Minotaurs spawn somewhere other than Gauntlet. I was thinking about that, or I was thinking about gauntlets the other day, and I think it would be very cool if late game gauntlets could generate with really dangerous monsters. Oh, look at that! I haven't seen one of those bots in a while. We can ban that. And now I know what else we can block. Um, Okay, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. But yeah, you can add words to the filter in Twitch chat. So let's say that I added the word red to the filter. If you tried to post a message with the word red in it, the Twitch chat would tell you you cannot do that because of moderation settings in this channel. So I added big follows to that filter. That's literally the only thing that I have in that filter, and I hadn't seen one of those bots in like at least a year, maybe more than that. But finally, one of the bots went for writing something that was not big follows. Like the way I filtered it was like this. Yeah, like that. Obviously, don't click it. Obviously, don't click that. Um, Clever bots add a random space between follows to bypass. Yeah, that one did, and that's why I mentioned that it was like literally the first time that I see one of those bots in more than a year. Hello, Spindart. Good to see you around. That's your emote, right? Did you draw those, or where did you get them from? They're pretty cute indeed. Did you get them commissioned? They're pretty neat emotes. The only emote that I have ever gotten commissioned is my Sigmund. If I had more resources, oh, $5? Mine cost me like 30, including commissions and everything. So $5 per emote. That doesn't sound bad at all. They also look pretty cool. Maybe I should. You should PM me the artist so I can give them some business because $5 is much more affordable than the 30 that I paid for my Sigmund. Anyway, there it is. Good old Sigmund. Um, all right. So what do we train now? 15 spellcasting. I guess I am just gonna train what I would normally train with a melee character, which is fighting. Fighting, your weapon skill, armor, maybe dodging, and of course shields. I could also go for throwing. Hmm. Wow. That's kinda like not a lot of jabs. 9 silver jabs and 8 normal jabs. Well, I guess, and 5 in a shop. So yeah, it's not a lot of jabs. Maybe boomerangs. Okay, at least there's a non-zero amount of boomerangs running around. You read that they made throwing armor rare? Yes, it is significantly rarer now. It feels like much more of a consumable than a thing that you need to have to play the game, mm, which is what other kinds of ammunitions are. So I guess if that was the intent, it is like definitely executed properly. I still do not like it. I just prefer to, or I would prefer to use throwing as a normal as a normal way to get ranged combat. Um, but yeah, it is how it is. At least if you are a Nogger or a Troll, you still have infinite amounts of large rocks, pretty much. Like much more large rocks than you would need. You paid more as a tip because they said they work 6 hours per emote, and 5 is like way below min wage. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. 6 hours is a lot of time for $5. Um, but yeah, okay. So just for context, in Mexico City, in Mexico as a whole, the minimum wage is like around $6 per day. Per day, not per hour. $6 per day, minimum wage in Mexico. Most people get paid above minimum wage, but some people, unfortunately, I think people that would definitely deserve to get paid more than that get paid minimum wage. Like, I mean, builders and other people with jobs that are not perceived by society to be hard to do, when in reality it is like the opposite. They're among the hardest jobs out there. But yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. It is usually, I think, like a cultural shock, or at least it is for me to know that in the U.S., for example, like minimum wage is like, I don't know, $8 per hour or something. I don't know for real what it is, but I know that is way more than in Mexico. Like that always shocks me. I feel like labor in Mexico is like exponentially cheaper, much cheaper than it should be. But yeah, just like a small trivia, and I know that firsthand because in my previous call center jobs, like I've been paid well compared to a job in Mexico, but I know that I have not been paid well compared to what the job that I perform would be worth in a different country. The standard of living is also different. Yes, at least I can only speak for Mexico City, but the way the public transportation is set up is like good enough that you don't have to own a car, and if you don't have to own a car, you also don't need to pay a ton of money in car maintenance or like gas. Of course, there's like the quality of life issue that comes with using a lot of public transportation and like its own set of downsides, but I personally enjoy using public transportation. Um, yeah, I feel like it gives me a lot of time to read. I haven't used it in a while because of COVID. Um, but yeah, when I used to go outside more often, I read a lot in my phone. And that's just something that you don't get from driving a car around. Mhm. Okay, so I saw the Titan, and it just so happens that we do not have resistance to electricity. So the Titan is gonna be kind of a dangerous foe to face this time around. Not looking forward to that. Okay. I'm also not a fan of this air elemental just paralyzing me randomly, but there's also not much that I can do about that. Oh, look at that. The Merfolk Aquamancer gestures at you while chanting. The ball of steam hits you. The steam scalds you terribly because I was not wielding my fire resistance weapon. Unfortunate. I just wanted to heal. Okay, I saw a Randart there. What is this? Oh, it's a rope. Man, that is most unfortunate. Does this ending have like crazy good loot or something? Because I've seen some rare things, Fustivalus and Randarts, Executioner Saxes, things that you don't just find on the floor, or things that these monsters don't even generate normally with. I guess it follows the expected amounts of loot from this place by giving the monsters crazy good things. I'm okay with that. So we're gonna silence. All right, Mr. Titan. There we go. Not an issue. The power of silence. I am most definitely grateful of acquiring silence. Yes, I thought that it was gonna be kind of a double-edged sword, but as long as you use it properly, it is an okay thing to have. Oh, okay. I wonder how that Merfolk Impaler is gonna impale anyone with a +9 quarterstaff. Mm, certainly not me. I wonder how hard you have to thrust with a quarterstaff to impale someone with it. Mm, this loot is pretty trash, not gonna lie. A lot of very underwhelming Randarts and just items that I cannot use with this character. Um, Most unfortunate because this character does need a bit of help. I need my fire resistance. +9, +9 Demon Blade. Okay, time to do that. I kind of forgot about it, but we are gonna do it right now. Don't drop the soap next to that Impaler. I'll think about that. Oh, I was enchanting the Scimitar accidentally. Okay, +7 Demon Blade. Let's rebrand it. Let's try to get Vamp. Freezing. Do I want that? I guess I can continue re-rolling. I have 5. Well, I guess now 4 brand weapon. Draining. Freeze is pretty good. I agree. But I wanna be greedy. I have 5. Why not? Chaos. Oh, chaos. Mm, what if I Berserker Juggernaut? Nah. Nah. What if I Berserker Juggernaut? Venom, and last but not least, Vorpal. Vorpal is pretty decent. Yeah. I wish I had gotten Vamp, but also we have to keep in mind that I don't really care about those scrolls of brand weapon. It is like an anomaly that I had 5 of them to begin with, and it's also not like I really need them because my current weapon is pretty sweet. Um, Vorpal isn't bad to end on. Yeah, it is not bad. I like Vorpal a lot personally. It just deals more damage against everything, regardless of what they are. That to me is a pretty valuable thing to have because I don't like randomly struggling with some monsters, which usually happens if you end up like marrying to certain types of damage. Like for example, an ice elementalist that only casts ice and that doesn't hybridize into being melee early in the game will struggle with the army of skeletons and zombies that exist in the early game. Mm, so yeah, I guess Ice Elementalist in that regard is pretty good to teach you about hybridizing. Probably not something that a new player should be playing because it is kind of complicated to grasp. I was wondering where Bai Sushent went, but I don't think she is inside this vault. I think maybe she's outside or something. Is that a thing that can happen? Some shallow water. It is okay. Absolutely, Bai Sushan is outside. I don't think she is in this vault. All right. Well, we take those. Um, because I think that because otherwise I think I would have found her. All right. Rune number two. I don't want to do depths with no fire resistance, with no resistance to electricity. Should I do? I was thinking of doing Crypt, but Crypt has Revenants, and Revenants have Dispel Undead, and Dispel Undead kills me. And also, I cannot bamp anything in Crypt. Mm, yep, Dispel Undead range 3 dice of 27. Nope. Also, no resistance to corrosion, so Caustic Jikes. I have resistance to corrosion, at least. We can buy that. You'll see 2 to 4 Revenants. Yeah, we don't want to. I shouldn't. I shouldn't. At least I should go buy that Ring of Resist Corrosion. Hmm. So many rings and sources of cold resistance, but no fire resistance for poor old mommy me. New Revenant Sprite in Taos looks awesome. Must have been the doing of Sastray. That's his thing. Oh, that's their thing. They do amazing things. You did Crypt with your vampire conjurer. Those were the only spooky thing. Yep. If you see a monster that has 3 dice of 27 undodgeable, um, an undodgeable attack that deals that much damage, like it's gonna be dangerous. You could be experience level 27 and it would still be dangerous. It deals more damage than damnation. So yeah, I don't want to do that. Um, and they can they be silenced? Maybe if they can be silenced, I can do that. You had a Panlord spawn with dispel on 3 dice of 31. Crazy. Okay. They are affected by silence and anti-magic. Okay, so I have silence. I could theoretically do them. It is still really, really dangerous. If I had something like summon butterflies, it would be way easier for me to deal with these revenants. But unfortunately, that doesn't exist in the game anymore because it was too good. Yeah, I guess it was too good and too tedious to use. But anyway, should I do elf? I don't want to do elf. I feel like it's gonna be pain. 14% chance to get banished with no willpower. That is only my natural mommy willpower. Right now, I think I have 100 willpower just from being a mommy. Not bad. Of course, you've come across encrypting is Kufu and bodies at the same time. That sounds like trouble. I don't think I would take that fight. Unless I had silence a spell. By the way, I'm also like wondering why is silence still a spell? Like, I mean, symmetry, right? Invisibility got removed as a spell, haze got removed as a spell, regen got removed as a spell. Why silence is still a thing? It is a consumable and a very rare one at that. So why is a very rare consumable available infinitely as a spell? Who knows? Now, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, within the next week, silence was removed from the game. Like, actually, not even joking. Still a spell because they haven't found a way to make hexes viable. I wish hexes were not. I wish hexes were a thing that you could train and you could reasonably use for the entirety of the game. Like melee and most magic and throwing and launchers. But no, like stabbing and stealthiness and hexes are not really that. You know how it is. All right. So, I think I have to do Elf. I hope that those Paramancers and Zephyrmancers are not too mean to me. Oh man, I'm already not liking this. At least I have Silence. Silence will hopefully make this into a significantly less awful experience than it would be otherwise. I can just silence all these elves and hope that I don't get into too much trouble, but I have 40 armor class. I shouldn't really get into too much trouble. Okay. Mm, okay. We're gonna be using silence for all of these guys. Aha, you do not do much when you're silenced. You love to see it. This character has been getting carried by silence. Side note, Kufu has your favorite quotes in the game. Your transcendence, your transpiration. Frederick wishes he was half as cool. Maybe Frederick is Kufu before Kufu becomes Kufu. No, not that actually is not a thing that can happen because Kufu has flavor that says an incredibly powerful emperor on the way to godhood. He died quite some time ago, but he sees no reason why that should stop him. I like Khufu as a unique. I like the idea of a unique royal mummy that really makes you be like, oh no, that's not good. Mm. I wish more late game uniques were like that. That level of like sheer danger. If you think about it, the early game uniques are kind of exactly that, and the uniques in the mid game, apart from some very specific exceptions like Rupert and maybe Louise, are kind of underwhelming. And then like the late game uniques are pretty whack except for maybe Menas, Khufu, maybe Frederick if you fear taking a lot of damage. Also Jori. Okay, late game has some very interesting uniques, but yeah, I feel like there has to be more. Khufu is pretty terrifying. Mid-game uniques are usually resistance checks or willpower checks. Yeah, Baisushen, I would say that it is a resistance to electricity check. Same goes for Nicola. I guess Nicola is also a very dangerous mid-game unique. Also very cool because he has a level 9 spell. Not a lot of monsters have level 9 spells. Wow, that seems to me like a rather powerful silence. It lasts for quite a while, and it starts like super big. Okay, silence. Hey, you know what? Maybe I was underestimating the power of silence in here. Okay, so depending on how this goes, maybe silence will be an alternative to having resistance to fire, resistance to electricity, willpower, and a good way to kill elves from afar. You just cast silence and you press tab and they die in like 3 turns. That seems pretty good to me. Your stream is going to convince a silence removal. Better get my win with silence before it gets removed. I am like actually fully convinced that it's gonna happen. Um, this is the death of silence live. Yeah, this is silenced funeral. I just need to get those guys dancing, carrying the coffin of silence. Press F in the chat for silence. Mm-hmm. Oh, you cannot silence 6 dancing weapons. At least they are like falchions and daggers, and I can just like do that. Aha. Okie dokie. There we go. The power of Irradiate. I haven't really used it a lot, but it is significantly good. Even on what's otherwise a strong melee character, I still am a big enjoyer of Irradiate. Mhm. Ooh, Vampiric War Axe. If only you were a double sword instead. Yeah, I hope that I do not feel too bad after getting the COVID shot. The first one that I got was AstraZeneca, and I actually had like fever-induced hallucinations from that. Um, so fingers crossed for that not happening again. It will be quite unpleasant. It was quite unpleasant in the first day. Like it was actually the worst night that I have ever had in my life. Um, so yeah. Okay, silence again. Your first vaccine shot felt like dengue. Felt like dengue. Wow, that sounds pretty bad. Talking about that kind of exotic disease that you can get from a mosquito, I have he is still alive. I have an uncle who got Zika like 2 years ago, and he was like completely unaware of what Zika was. He just went to the doctor because he was not feeling good, and the doctor was like, "Yeah, you got Zika, but fortunately we can treat it." So he just like dealt with it, and it was not really much of an issue for him. But yeah, it is pretty funny to like think about that. It going to the doctor literally saved his life, most likely. Well, that is resistance to electricity. And to keep the trend going, we also got another source of cold resistance that we do not need. But I like my resistance to electricity on a hat. Um, I think I'm gonna get that. The ring is kind of trash. In fact, for practical purposes, it's a ring of armor class, and I already have one. The demon blade, I already have one, more enchanted, and the gold is trash. So I'm going to get the hat. Does draining affect undeath? I would be surprised if it did not, actually. I guess I can try it by putting it on and taking it off, and then I would know, because the game would warn me. So, shatter the chains. Goodbye, helmet. Hello, hat. We lose 3, 4 armor class? We lose like 3 to 4 armor class. I'm not sure how much I actually lost. But we gained the very important resistance to electricity. Yep. So now, if I take it off, yeah, the game is warning me. So that means that it would drain me. I'm not gonna take it off now, but now we know. Okay. Glad that I decided to buy that acquirement. So now Zephyrmancers are not really that much of a threat, and I can just stab them without silencing them. Who would have guessed that monsters well renowned for their very dangerous and powerful spell casting would be so vulnerable to a spell that prevents them from casting it at all? Not me. You shatter the chain, does it also give you the drain? Ah, well, I would assume that it doesn't. Mm, that looks like the entrance to Sot, but it's obviously the entrance to the Elf 3 Bolt. I would assume that it doesn't because when you rebrand Distortion, it doesn't give you the distortion on wield effect. So I would assume that it doesn't based on that. All right. You don't have the spell on death, do you? Okay, you don't. So you're really like not an issue at all. Okay, 14% chance to banish. So sorcerers are kind of dangerous. You have Holy Wrath. Okay, don't do that. Thank you. Fortunately, I have a ton of armor class and reasonable evasion. It's not good, but it's also not trash. Um, so monsters with Holy Wrath are not really that awful yet. If I saw Menace, I would not fight him. I would not. I would try to go out of my way to not fight Menace. But yeah, later on when I get to curse the hat, Ooh, don't do that. All right. Very good damnation roll, by the way. 52 out of a maximum of 60. I would say that the Fire Giant from earlier still got the better roll, considering that it got past my 37 armor class to deal almost maximum amounts of damage. My character is like Undeath Menace. That's a pretty cool concept. Well, yeah, my character is like a silent specter, but actually dangerous. Apart from the fact that it silences. It silences and can kill you on its own. Okay. I think I'm gonna go in, press the silence button, and then use condenser bane. Okay. Press the silence button, and then use condenser bane. Yeah. Acid! Ooh, nice. Okay, so I won the fight. Yeah, two Master Archers. I'm very glad that I got Acid, because otherwise those guys had a pretty reasonable chance of just killing me without caring about the fact that I'm silencing. Um, okay, no, don't paralyze. Ice Blast. Yeah, that's what I want. Do I want to, however? I think I'm okay. I'm gonna wait until the two Master Archers are within the blast of Ice Blast. Okay, I get to level up. Um, do I want more strength or more intelligence? I'm thinking strength. I don't know. I don't like the direction that this character is taking. Like, I feel like a mummy shouldn't be a melee character. I'm gonna get strength. I am meleeing like almost always, so why get something that is not what you're mainly using to kill monsters, right? I was thinking of maybe getting intelligence. I guess I should level up dexterity at some point. I guess I'm gonna have to wait until 27 for that now, because now you get yeah that you're mentioning spin dart is like a new thing. Um, Mummies don't get double stats, but now you only get stat level ups on levels 3, 9, 15, 21, and 27. So you get less, but they increase the stat more. And for practical purposes, you end up getting one more stat if you get to 27. Uh, but in reality, like you're not gonna get to 27 with most characters, with the way the experience is right now. So what ends up happening is that you kinda lose one stat instead, because you wouldn't get the stat level up on 24. So I don't know. I feel like it is its own player nerf, even if it results in a total player buff overall. If you go out of your way to get experience level 27, but that's just what I think. You don't like that change? It also makes the stat growth less smooth. I don't know if I understand what you mean by making stat growth less smooth. But it was made so that whenever you level up a stat, it feels slightly more impactful. And since you get your first one on level 3, it is like a very nice early game buff. Like it helps you survive to the second one. So this makes Demigod even harder. Demigod is unchanged. Demigod is exactly the way that it has been since since it got made so that they get 4 stats per level up. So they get 4 in level 3, 4 in level 6, 4 in level 9, etc., etc. And they are, I wouldn't say that they are hard, to be completely honest. In fact, I put a demigod on YouTube if you're interested in checking that out. I thought that character was kind of okay, but I did say at the end that it was the weakest character that I had ever played with, like 47 armor class, and I stand by that. I completely agree with myself there. That was not particularly the best character in the world. Ooh, don't do that. Should I just run away? Hmm. 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 Can't read, can't drink. Um, Not much on the way of options. I guess we can box of beasts. Elder Oxbat Beast. Okay, that's a good one. It only gets more powerful than Elder, and that's primal. So that's like a pretty powerful chimera from the box. Mm, are you gonna step on the cloud of acid or what? I don't think that High Priest is gonna be standing on the cloud of acid, unless it is already doing so. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna stand on the acid. I guess monsters are extremely reluctant to stand on clouds of flesh-eating acid that can kill you very quickly. I wonder why. Okay, so what I'm doing pretty much is auto-traveling, casting silence, and then resting off the silence every fight. I wonder how effective that will be outside of here. But yeah, for elf is like the correct thing to do. It feels like the correct thing to do. Ooh, sneaky, sneaky sorcerer from literally the opposite side of the screen. Oh man, that's too many sorcerers. I'm not liking this one bit. Yeah, obviously this would come coupled with attraction if I had that. But as a mummy, I cannot drink potions, and therefore I don't have access to attraction. I think I shouldn't do that. We're gonna use Ice Blast. Okay. And now you're within the range of silence, so I don't have to worry about you anymore. Yeah, I should leave. I should indeed depart. Oh man, there's so many of them. Oh, I got Bane back. Okay, let's do that. An attractive mommy. Yeah, as opposed to an attractive mommy. Did you know that in a city in Mexico there's like mummies? There were mummies that were found in a city in Mexico, like from people who were mummified in the past. If you ever go to a city called Guanajuato, there's like mummies there, and those mummies are kind of like a big thing in popular culture. I guess not in recent days, but there was a wrestler, like a luchador, I guess you could put it like that, called El Santo, and he was like so famous and so popular that he starred in a bunch of movies like a superhero. One of those movies is El Santo versus Las Momias de Guanajuato. So if you ever want to check that out, if you're interested in mummies and Mexican culture for some reason, and you don't have anything better to do, anything else to do, I guess you can go ahead and check that out. I personally have never seen the movies or the mummies, but I know of them. Mm, okay, we're gonna go for silence again. We got a rather weak silence now. I wonder how it works. Okay, perfect. Oh man, it silence feels really, really good for doing elf. What is that ring? Yo! Okay, that's a real boy ring. I'm gonna be using that. Like, that's 6 slaying, willpower, and of course it needed to have cold resistance because like, the game will not give a mummy fire resistance. It's just like, if player equals mummy, then fire resistance doesn't exist. That leads me to wonder if it would be interesting as a game mechanic if some items just didn't exist in the game altogether. Like if depending on your seed, some items didn't generate at all, like ever. I wonder how interesting that would be. Like, well, depending, some items. Like I'm thinking more body armor types or weapon types, and not consumables like scrolls and potions. I feel like if some potions didn't generate in your game, it would be like too lame. Centaurs and Nagas only get the wrong bardings. Fortunately, they got unified. Also, centaurs are no longer a thing that exists in the game. They were replaced for another species that also uses barding. The for 0.26, if player equals Naga, spawn Naga Barding equals 0. Yes, that's kind of how it is. Now, Bardings are much more abundant in the game, fortunately. Okay, so we can drop that, and we can definitely use that ring. Give me that ring. Where was it anyway? Yeah, I want that ring so bad. Okay, say goodbye to silence, by the way. It was too good to be a part of the game, as many other spells that have been removed in the last half a decade or so. Centaurs, you mean like Yoctors? No, no, no. If it was not a joke, I mean player centaurs. You can no longer start a player centaur. Monster centaurs still exist. Also, monster yoctors do exist as well. But if as a player you cannot start as a centaur anymore, there's Palentonga now. Palentonga are pretty cool. They definitely have kind of some of the range combat um, thing that centaurs had, but in a much more obscure or like unusual way. That's probably the best way to put it. You were not around during that time. During the time that centaurs were playable as a player character, you're like too new of a player. Mm, Thank you for stopping by and like keeping up with the game. I appreciate that. Yeah, this game is just too good. Okay, I should probably curse the hat. Oh, have I? No, I haven't. I haven't. Yeah, I wish I had fire resistance, but of course I am a mummy. I don't think I have the ability to acquire fire resistance. Okay, so self elements. That's not a terrible curse. It feels like you get elements curses when you don't care about elemental magic, but whenever you are carrying around like a million ice or fire magic spells, you don't get element curses. Um, so yeah, let's just curse the hat because the hat is pretty decent. And I would love to be able to curse this ring. I feel like this ring is endgame levels of good, but unfortunately I can't because I need to be able to have access to fire resistance, even if I still haven't found that fire resistance yet. If we get lucky, it should be here. Like, what other place in the game generates like such a large amount of otherwise trash items um, as elf? I feel like I do elf very often. I don't get anything, but this would be the perfect time for elf to give me a ring of fire resistance. Okay, are we done? I think we're almost done with elf or with the items that elf generated. Fire starter? Well, that is a source of fire resistance. Oh, I wish I had gone maces now. I would do it. I would no joke do it, but I can't. I can't use fire starter. But it would be like ideal. It would give me one pip of fire resistance compared to my current demon blade, and also the very funny inner flame effect. Just wield fire starter. Simple. Yeah, just put it in your hands. And then how do I kill things? That's the problem. If I could, I would, but I can't. And also, normally switching weapons this late in the game is an issue, right? And then on top of that, okay, sorry, give me a second.
FSB Rai Hail thanks.
Thanks for stopping by, Brain. Thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate it. Good to see you around. Yes, I was saying when it came to Firestarter, normally it is complicated to switch weapon types this late into the game because it's kind of not the cheapest thing in the world to do. With -2 aptitude for a two-hander, nah. Also, I just realized my two sources of fire resistance in the whole game are my buckler and my weapon, and I would have to sacrifice the two of them to use Firestarter. So it is a net equal in terms of fire resistance. That sucks. Um, yeah, so literally not something that we can use with this character. The saddest thing, maybe one of these days I'm gonna get fire resistance. That is not on some trashy robe or like a body armor that I don't want to use. Like, come on, it's taking a while for Shaper's ring of 3 pips of fire resistance to generate this game. I thought that it would be here, but no, the fire resistance at home. Oh yeah, that is indeed the fire resistance at home. That what we just showed on the screen. This is the fire resistance at home. Apart from what I'm already using. Um, I guess I'm gonna have to do crypt. I could do exactly what I did to these elves to revenants. Do you have any scrolls of disappointment to get fire resistance? My scrolls of disappointment have been very exciting this game actually. We have gotten this. Um, you acquired it on level 13 of the dungeon. So that was like a very early game acquirement, very powerful item that like cemented me into going melee um, before I even got the ice scales. And we also acquired very recently this hat. Um, yeah, you acquired it on level 3 of the Elven Halls. It gave me resistance to electricity, and of course, it gave me cold resistance because, man, it's unreal to me that I have so much cold resistance. Like, pretty much all of my items have it. Like, the ice scales are ice scales. The hat has cold resistance. The hat has cold resistance. Um, the ring also has cold resistance. So yeah, it's like too much cold resistance. Wait, that's cheating? You're not supposed to get good items? This time it happened, believe it or not. I don't understand how it happened. Maybe we should bug report it. Ignis Curse? Ignis Curse. Ignis Curse! Ignis Curse, yes. Ignis destroyed all the sources of fire resistance in this game. Silence for that guy to not iron shot me. Also not haste. Pretty good. Probably I should turn off fighting. Probably. I could go into armor and dodging instead of fighting. I think maybe only dodging. This is not feeling so bad when it comes to skills, but it is because Ashensari is being Ashensari. That's what Ashensari does. It takes your character and your character's awful aptitudes and turns it into like a really powerful character. At the very least, like a Minotaur. This kind of feels like a Minotaur with the large amount of armor, weapon skill, and fighting that I have gotten. Sure, I don't have that much dodging or that much shield. I guess I also have 12 slaying. But to be completely fair, I went through non-zero amount of the game with only 6 slaying. Now I have 12. Is it worth getting more shield training or only for breakpoints for Kite Shield Tower? I personally don't train neither weapon nor shield above the point of minimum delay or the point where all the penalties for the shield are removed. But that's just what I do. Um, I would also recommend not to do it in general. A few more levels and you'll be titled Slayer. Yes, I could get a bit more a bit more fighting for the title, but I don't think I want to do that now. I think Warrior is a more interesting title to win the game with because it is way less common. I guess Ashensari kind of helps you get away with having low stat titles or low skill titles. Okay, those ghouls dealt a lot of damage to me. I guess they hurt a lot, and I also don't have like all the shield in the world to block their very strong attacks. Okay, yeah, this is not going bad at all, but I guess 12 slaying, as Shaper mentions. In fact, I might be crazy. I might be crazy. Yes, I am doing a serious mistake here. What kind of person doesn't train throwing with 16 slaying for throwing? Let's just train throwing. Let's go crazy on throwing. Okay, you don't do anything against me. No, I guess someone on that can be annoying. Aha. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be kind of a walk in the park. I'm starting to feel like that. Except for Revenants, which are gonna be like a very serious danger. I don't think here we have monsters that hit me with fire damage. I think we have monsters with Dispel on Death. Yeah, yeah, this seems like a pretty chill place after all. Also, I guess it helps that I have 12 slaying and monsters trying to melee me is like jumping into a blender. Mm, So yeah, remember like last stream on Tuesday when I wanted to be a mage? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be a mage with this character. Something makes me think that I can't be a mage with this character. I'm glad that revenants are not so common. But yeah, the moment I see a revenant, we are like jumping into panic mode pretty much. Wow, like I'm having such an easy time. So many monsters that are usually like so dangerous, like those curse skulls, we are just destroying really easily. Good night, thanks for the stream. Good night, Kali commuter, and thank you for stopping by, and I hope that I see you around soon. Hello, what gives one the ability to be a mage? Good spells, good intelligence. It's not quite that I didn't get, well, I did not get that many good spells. Um, it took a while for me to get them, and most importantly, the game just threw crazy powerful melee items at me from very early into the game. We got a ring with 8 strength in a shop on Orc 2. We got 6 strength almost like at the very start of the game. We got the Demon Blade that I'm currently using. We got the Ice Scales that I'm currently using. And very recently, we just got that ring that gives me 6 slaying. So we just got so many things that made melee way better than mage for my character. And like when it comes to my spells, on the other hand, I don't have Toxic Radiance, I don't have Refrigeration, I don't have Polar Vortex, I don't have Ignition. I think I got Flame Wave. Maybe I imagined that. No, I don't even have Flame Wave. I don't have Sticky Flame. Like, there's so many spells that I wanted to get with this character, like cheap spells, or maybe expensive single school spells that I just didn't get, and the game like really pushed me towards being a melee character. Get many Fold Assault? Should I? I feel like that's a bit of a waste of mana. But then again, I have 60 mana. Maybe Manifold Assault is not like the worst thing to get. I guess we're gonna get it. It's not good. Let me tell you already. It's not good because my Demon Blade is not like the base damage of Dragon Form. But I guess it does hit more than one monster, so that makes it slightly better. And yeah, I also got a manual of translocations. We can definitely do that. What else am I using mana on? Silence! Yeah, of course, because that's something that I have to cast 6 times every fight. Oh, ooh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ooh, I got slowed by the Revenant. Or by the Eidolon. You do that, right? Yes, you do that. Do revenants generate with a band? Mm. Nah, Guardian Spirit, I wouldn't do it. My only regen is the Amulet of Regen that I'm currently using, and I feel like I need that. Ooh, is that a second Revenant? That feels like a second Revenant. Ooh, I hope that I don't silence and then the other Revenant just like walks around the corner and murders me. That would indeed be a pretty bad thing to happen. Mm, are you resistant to electricity? You are not. So maybe electricity deals more damage than Vorpal. I don't know for sure, and who knows. Um, okay, so I could also flee and regroup. I don't know what's the best thing to do. What's your willpower? Oh, you have all of it. Okay, we're gonna go for the silence. Okay, now I'm gonna run for it because I'm slowed, and there's the chance of a second revenant. All right, I picked up a scroll of enchant weapon. Might as well put it on the demon blade. And if I get another brand weapon at some point, I think I would not be opposed to using it on the demon blade. I really want Bamp. That's really the only reason why I'm still carrying around the scimitar because it has Bamp. If it didn't, I would be using the demon blade. But yeah, I think considering the fact that I got a manual of translocations enough, it is really like not the worst thing in the world to just put some points towards getting manifold assault. I could even get it at relatively high power because of the manual. But I think I want to get throwing first, and I should go pick up some javelins. Um, yeah, why not? Like I have so much slaying for throwing that it just like is too good to pass up. It's looking like a pretty decent amount of javelins. This character will struggle really, really hard, like to a ridiculous degree against orbs of fire because it doesn't have fire resistance. So normally those guys are like, okay, yeah, the danger is the malmutations, right? Um, because you have all the fire resistance because you're always like omega over prepared for orbs of fire, right? But this character has none of that. This character can't over prepare because it doesn't even have the option to do so. Um, so orbs of fire are gonna be absolutely terrifying for this character. Not even silver javelins with 16 slaying are gonna be enough, I think. If I get lucky, I throw two jabs and I two shot orbs of fire, but I don't think that's gonna be like the most reliable thing in the world. Also, get a port if I'm gonna be throwing some jabs. Um, all right, now let's go back to Crypt. Would it be awful if a port was reworked into like a buff that you could cast and it pulled items in your general vicinity towards you? I think that would be like a quality of life thing when it came to a port. Okay, as long as we don't see any revenants, we're okay. We got clouds of fire, so there's not much that we can do about outstepping on them. We actually shouldn't. Okay, quiver the jabs. Positional apport. Positional magic apport, yeah. Your body decomposes, you feel clumsy. So in case you ever wanted to know what happens um, when an undead player character gets malmutated, that's what happens. You lose a bit of stats instead of getting a bad mutation inflicted upon you. Well, that amulet is kinda trash for my character. I'm not gonna pick it up. Oh, that's a mummy priest. Well, you don't have Dispel Undead, so I'm not too afraid of you. In fact, I was thinking of something really dumb, like I am immune to torment, therefore Tomb is not that dangerous. But no, Tomb is that dangerous. Like I'm just gonna be permanently slowed. It's just that the bulk of the damage that Tomb usually kills you very fast with is the damage that I am immune to. Okay. If hypothetically we were fighting Glorksblock, how should we approach the fight? With this character, I would not go in and fight Glorksblock. If I was building a mummy that would go and do 15 runes and I was fighting Glorksblock, I would probably have a pretty good level 9 spell, like Polar Vortex. Like, and the reason why I'm being so picky is that I just don't go for extended if I don't have the things that I know will carry me through extended. I wouldn't even think about doing it with a mummy that only has melee. I wouldn't even think about doing it with an Ascensari character at all. Um, so yeah, the way to do a fight with Glorksblock for a mummy for this character, like if I really had to, for some reason, I would just ninja the rune. I would not try to fight Glorksblock because the damage is unreal, and my own damage against the monster is like very trash. Well, I guess I say very trash, but it's like more. It's more precise to say that it is like not enough to deal with the damage that the monster throws at me. On the other hand, Tomb Bad no gold rune for third rune. Have you ever attempted it, Shaper? I think I did it once. I think I did it once with one of my Jin, and I died, and I was like not that mad because I knew why I died. I only really like get annoyed at Kroll when Kroll kills me, and I have no idea what I could have done better to survive. That most often happens in the early game, but it is especially like it affects me to a different degree when it happens that late into the game because I feel like that late into the game you have all the tools to survive, um, and to feel like you couldn't have done anything is like not a good feeling. Absolutely not. You have not tried. Did I leave my silver jabs on the floor? I did not. I did leave some jabs on the floor, but I fortunately had the foresight to go and pick them up before leaving this place. A Revenant. Okay, don't. No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's a joke. Compared to the other thing that you can do, that's a joke. Okay, the Revenant is going this way. You feel like Crawl is getting progressively harder for you. Crawl is getting harder in general. Just like as a whole, Crawl is getting harder. Um, it's getting harder, but it's also getting more fair. I think that's the way that I have described it in previous streams, and I still agree with that. Sometimes there's very complicated situations that you feel like you don't know what happened or how you could have survived. Um, but almost always there is a way to survive most of those situations. It's very rare that Kroll really just throws at you like a situation where you just like straight up die and there's nothing that you could have done about it. Kroll is not that kind of game. Ooh, Shtawa is not good. Yeah. Guess who doesn't have fire resistance for Shtawa? I guess it's time for me to go and wear some body armor of fire resistance. Yeah, I think it's very likely that I'm gonna abandon the ice scales at this point because we have gotten like very low quality sources of fire resistance, and unfortunately, like I cannot have that. Also, we already got six slaying from a ring, so I'm not like too much in pain over losing these otherwise excellent ice dragon scales. When I got them, I was like, this is the kind of armor that a Jin would like kill for. Like that's like god tier for a Jin. 0.26 was very easy compared to how it is, but yes, it's becoming more fair. 2 packs of Jackals D1 as a spellcaster and only one way from starting area. That's one of the few moments where like you're not gonna survive. Slay 6 is amazing. Yeah, it is amazing. And you know what's even better than 6 slaying? 12 slaying. Gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Sure. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a nice rest of your night. As for myself, I will continue this character until I finish it right now. Um, so I need. I have a chainmail of fire resistance that I can buy for 365 gold. I guess we can do that. Gold. Or no, wait a second. Huh. Gotta ponder that, Orf. Yes. I just thought of something. I have a bazaar, and I had forgotten about it. So before doing anything else, I should just go get that bazaar. Aha! Why did I forget about the bazaar? Well, I have 3 pips of cold resistance, and of course I don't have the item slots that would normally be taken by potions, so I have enough free space to go into a bazaar. Potions, trash, manual of ice magic. Manual of ice magic. Mm, why does Book of Storms not have storm form? I feel like some books should just have 4 spells. Um, it is not unreasonable. Like, am I making players too strong by asking that the Book of Touch has confusing touch and the Book of Storm has storm form? Like, it's just like a flavor thing. Mm, well, apart from the manual of Ice Magic, I don't think I particularly care too much about these. Ooh, Malin Gateway. I think I got a manual summoning. I think we just got our endgame way to kill orbs of fire with no fire resistance. Yeah, okay. So we have a manual of summonings and a manual of translocations, right? Those 2 schools are what's required to cast Malin Gateway. So we get that, and we cast it, and we win the game hiding behind the tentacle and seeing how the tentacle just pummels the orb of fire. That sounds not bad. Um, yeah, I would even go as far as to say that it sounds pretty good. All right. I think we're gonna do that. I think I should throw away my throwing skill. Like I don't think I'm gonna do that and throw javelins at Orbs of Fire. Uh, okay, so it was this book, right? It's so cheap too. Malin Gateway. Yes. A scarf could be a scarf of resistance. And I don't care about the rat skin cloak. Like, I think throughout the entirety of the game, we have seen that it's not particularly a very impactful spell, or not spell, like a very impactful item, just like as a whole. The rats are kinda trash. They are closer to a single butterfly than to a reasonable ally. And that's even at the very start of the game. Oh wow, finally! Finally a source of fire resistance! I think I'm gonna get that. Also, I had something trash that I was using for resistance to electricity, the hat, and this amulet that we just got gives me that, so I could replace the hat for something better as well. Okay, I'm gonna get that. Um, okay, I have enough money to buy the 2 of them, so I'm just gonna get the amulet. And I am going to get the scarf. And it's a scarf of shadows. We shall drop it on the floor. Underwhelming. Most unfortunate. Okay, okay. I'm glad that I didn't buy the manual of ice magic on on impulse. Your item pulled through. Yes, it is pretty decent. It's not a ring and it's not 3 pips of fire resistance, but I can't complain about it. So, should we curse? Hmm. I could curse the ring now. I could curse the ring now, get 2 pips of fire resistance, and then we're good to go. Like, I'm not gonna have resistance to corrosion, but it's not really that much of an issue to not have that one, unless we are fighting caustic strikes. But for caustic strikes, I have irradiate. I think we should be okay. Mm, okay, so what we are gonna do is curse the ring. Curse the ring? Curse the ring. Yes, we're gonna curse the ring. I have decided. Now we're gonna shatter the chains. We are going to destroy the amulet. Goodbye, amulet of regen. Hello, amulet of fire resistance. And I'm gonna hold onto destroying more things, but I should probably also get rid of the hat and replace it for a better item. Maybe not a hat, but a helmet. Wait a second, that was a ruined hat. Do I have enough money for it? I do not. Well, it just so happens that the only other headwear that I have is that +0 helmet. I could enchant it. I have 7 enchant armors. I can enchant it. I can enchant it. Okay, I'm liking how this character is shaping up. It's really making me think about how I end up building it and what I end up wearing with it. We can get rid of that Staff of Air. Quite probably I can get rid of the Vampiric Scimitar. Okay, it is pretty. That Bazaar was so impactful. Um, it completely changed my character. Like it made it so much better. Now I have a true end game plan in the form of Madden Gateway, and I have fire resistance, 2 sources of fire resistance. So we are in a much better shape than before going in. That was amazing. All right. I think I should just destroy the hat already. Shatter the chains. On the hat, I lose 9 mana, but who cares about that? Oh, look at that. You feel drained. So that now we know. If you shatter the chains on an item that drains you, it hurts you. Okay, now I know. Goodbye, Ring of Mana. And I need a hat. And I am even going to enchant it, because why not? Or am I? No, I think I'm gonna enchant it after I do Crypt. Okay, now we can tap Shtawa, and it's not an issue. Better not get slowed by those guys. Losing such a sizable chunk of my HP is kind of annoying, but I don't think it will be for much longer. Um, we're gonna gain it back super fast. Yeah, look at that. I already gained back 10 HP from just fighting 3 monsters pretty much. Okay. That's very interesting. Thanks for testing Ash Drain for you. No problem. I kind of completely forgot about it, but it just happened to be that incidentally I wanted to keep the item and then I wanted to get rid of the item. So yeah. Okay, Shtawa. Um, I am not at full HP. I would rather be at full HP. All right. Paralyze 1%. Searing Breath 3 dice of 40. Hits kinda hard. It's funny because people were pushing for Shtawa to get buffed. Um, Fortunately, Shtawa hasn't been buffed because otherwise this character would be in trouble. Aha, don't push me into the fire. You're barely a snack. It had been like multiple games where I saw Shtawa since they spoke. Okay, there we go. You kill Shtawa. And of course Shtawa didn't drop scales. Should have probably used some brand weapon on the Purple Demon Blade. Vampiric. Vampiric. Ooh, Vampiric. Okay, I think we just do this with 1 pip of fire resistance. And if we need more fire resistance, we can always switch to the Demon Blade. But yeah, now we have Vampiric. Oh, I guess Vampiric doesn't do anything here. So let's just use the other one for a while. Don't dispel me. Don't dispel me. Okay, that's unfortunate, but I guess I have to say that's fine. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Uh, hit the Lich, hit the Lich, hit the Lich. Destroy the Lich. Silence, kill the Revenant. Reposition, now that the Revenant is dead. And yeah, there's so many monsters here. They're like actually a threat. But we don't have to worry about them because of the unusual combination of being a mummy and having silence. And also having great melee, I have to say. Without great melee, this wouldn't really be the same. Okay, yep, that is not what I wanted to see. I got Vampiric, I can't believe it. It only took me 6 scrolls of brand weapon to get Vampiric. Never give up. Follow your dreams. And my dream this game was a +9 Demon Blade with Vampiric. I see a curse though. That is not something that spawns here. But sure. Okay, bring it on. Oh, look at that. I think that's gotta be better for normal monsters than my Demon Blade. The Autumn Katana. Vorpal Katana, which is a very rare thing to see in the game. A katana. Okay, I'm not liking this. I took too much damage too fast. That was 3 iron shots? No, that was 2 iron shots and one getting hit by the autumn katana. So yeah, that's not good. You are not hasted, are you? Well, one of them is hasted. The one that's most hurt is hasted. Okay, one of them died. The one that has the autumn katana didn't die, and is also not hasted. So maybe we can just walk away. If this summons shrooms surrounding me next to a targeted creature, that would be annoying because it would block my retreat path. Also, this guy can cast haste and iron shot. I could silence, but the issue is that if I silence, I would have to silence, kite that one guy all the way over here, and then go upstairs and then kill him, kill the ancient champion while I am still silenced. Um, I think I can do that. Let's see how long it lasts for. Okay, I gained a turn on the ancient champ. The ancient champ uses iron shot because. Okay, yes, it's exactly as I suspected. I'm still silenced, and the ancient champ is not silenced anymore. I'm not liking this, and I cannot read scrolls or drink potions. The Mummy Classic. Maybe throw net. I do have a million slaying, so yeah, that removes some threat from the ancient champion. Only some threat. Maybe I should have done that before going upstairs. Okay, let's do it again. I am not playing games against something that has such a high damage output. Alright, we got our trophy. Okay, perfect, perfect. I lost my regen, by the way. So now, from now on, pretty much taking damage is gonna be more punishing. But yeah, the damage increase is very noticeable somehow. I don't know if I was hitting like monsters with resistance to electricity or what, but I feel like I'm killing things way faster now that I'm using the Autumn Katana. All right. This is such an exotic and varied character. With silence and good melee, and soon to have Malin Gateway. I could even push it a step further and get summon horrible things. Did I get Zombie Hands at some point? Because yeah, Zombie Hands is like a great spell for a mummy because I get a double necromancy enhancer, but I don't think I ever got it. Yeah, with a mummy, I would have gone for zombie hands like every time. It's like zombie hands is kind of like they irradiate, but for mummies, they irradiate for the mummy, and by that I mean like a spell that is just like too good, and you should probably use it pretty much every time. Hat of Pondering, interesting, interesting. Potentially a mistake to curse that and not be able to walk from things anymore. But I also don't have any more regen, so I don't gain too much from not being able to walk away from things. Or rather, the opposite, I don't lose too much from not being able to walk away from things. Um, I don't need the willpower, I don't need the mana, I may need the intelligence, because I only have 24 and I'm looking into casting level 7 spells. I'm gonna wear it just for curiosity. 41. Okay, I think it did go down a lot. I like my stats. 27, 29. This feels so powerful. All right. Okie dokie. Should I curse that? Maybe I should. 38, 14, 6. Okay. I'm looking for a kite shield of fire resistance. Um, Ideally, it would be the kite shield of resistance or a kite shield of resistance. But for practical purposes, a shield of resistance and a shield of fire resistance are the same thing. Because I already have 3 pips of cold resistance. Like, I don't need the cold resistance that would come from the shield. Just as I don't need the willpower that comes from the Hat of Pondering. Okay. Well, that was pretty interesting. Now, what third rune am I going to do? I have Bolts 5 and I have Slime. I'm not particularly a fan of Slime with a character that doesn't have a spell that just hits everything on the screen. I think I'm gonna go for doing Depths first. Okay. Rock Slime will be painful for this build, you'd say. I have Irradiate for Rock Slimes. They would be annoying because I'm pretty sure it would take more than a couple of Irradiates to deal with them. Oh, come on. I'm taking a lot of damage here. I guess all of these guys hit me with fire, and despite the fact that now I have 1 pip of fire resistance, it is still like my greatest weakness. Um, Ice Blast? Ice Blast? What are my other options? Manifold? Manifold Bamp? Manifold Bamp? Manifold Bamp? The more I think about it, the more reasonable it seems to Manifold Bamp. So let's just put it in the quiver. And too injured to fight recklessly. Oh, okay. Manifold Vamp, I guess. I hit 3 monsters, none of them healed me, but I killed all 3 of them, so that went pretty well. Cannot say no to that. Yeah, I'm still carrying around the other weapon that I was using because it has fire resistance. So if I wield it, I gain 2 pips of fire resistance in case I really need to for some reason. Okay, and that would be a not unreasonable reason. Okay, so after we jump through all those hoops to get fire resistance, we finally get our first fire set of fire dragon scales. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm gonna be using it. I like my current ice dragon scales too much. Hmm. Mighty iron troll. I should probably just do that to get rid of it in a more consistent fashion. Okay. Yeah, maybe manifold assault with with a BAMP weapon is not so terrible. And it also happens to be something that I'm just like incidentally training for because I'm gonna go for Malin Gateway. Ooh, maybe don't get hit by 2 Etins at the same time. Okay. Silence. This character is feeling pretty good. Not gonna lie, I'm very positive on this character. I have to Kima's Dance. I should use it more. Acquirement. Okay, let's support that. The ring is kinda bad. Oh, look at that. It's a vampiric double sword. So here's the deal. That's better than a vampiric demon blade because it deals more damage. And vampiric heals depending on how much damage you dealt. It's like a die of the damage dealt 60% of the time that you deal damage. It's something weird like that. So a bigger weapon equals better healing from vampiric. However, I am out of enchant weapon, so it's not that impactful. I would also probably have to train more. No, I wouldn't have to train more at least. Hmm, let's see the book. Zombie Hands. It finally arrived, but I think it's too late for that now. I think I'm committing to my plan for the end game. Like 19% chance to miscast Malin Gateway already. Amazing. And yeah, I'm just gonna continue training those until the 2 manuals run out. Probably until like 15 or 16 of the schools. Gonna set it to 16. I think the manuals will run out by the time we hit 16. Um, no enchant weapons. So yeah. Alrighty, we are not gonna be acquiring the double sword. Maybe the money. Like the book would have been great early on. If that book had been in my first acquirement, this character would be completely different. Like incredibly different. Because it's 4 level 5 spells. All 4 of them are like pretty decent. Except maybe for Englaciation. You feel like double swords are so rare? They are. They are. Most of the weapons that you see in the game are like rather common because most monsters carry them. Even something like demon weapons, if you get late enough into the game, there's things like Hell Knights, Spriggans sometimes that carry them. But when it comes to double swords, triple swords, executioner's axes, those are pretty rare. Even things like Bardicious are much more common. It used to be that Demon Spawn had those, but now I don't think I've seen a lot of Demon Spawn using those kinds of weapons. So they are like extremely rare, probably among the rarest weapons in the game. You can kind of get them out of the Hollow Blades, but the Hollow Blades only places two rare weapons from Executioner's Axes. I think Broad Axes, but I don't think Broad Axes are considered to be rare. Executioner's Axes, Quick Blades, Double Swords, Triple Swords, Evening Stars, and Bardishas. I think those are the ones. Oh, Laya tanks as well. Yeah, but there's only one Hollow Blades in the entirety of the game, so like it's so hard to get a weapon like that consistently. I gotta get the money because I'm not gonna be using zombie hands. It arrived too late into the game for me. Also, maybe this level has a million shops for me. I kind of wanna go for the wormy. Well, I guess it's not a wormy, it's a tentacle, but yeah, it is like obscenely powerful. Um, to a ridiculous degree. Okay, there we go. Thank you for killing everything for me, Mr. Tentacle. The other day I saw a doodle of someone that illustrated the Eldritch Tentacle as a massive a massive like octopus kind monster, just like reaching into his sofa, trying to find the remote controller, and the sofa is like the dungeon, and then getting stung by something, and that's the tentacle dying. Okay, I'm not a fan of the current situation. I feel like I took way too much damage out of nowhere. Mm, okay, Bamp, manifold, manifold. Well, I am taking a lot of damage because the stone giant is just throwing rock, and I cannot really run towards or away. Probably should have slowed the guy way earlier. Okay, can I get a heal? You regain 4 HP, sure. I think I should just use the Vampiric Demon Blade as my default weapon because I keep forgetting about juggling or switching to it if the need arises. Okay, let's curse something. Alchemy and Self. Alchemy is like transmutations, poison magic and transmutations. I'm not too excited for that. I am excited for Self, but nah, I'm gonna pass on it. You always found it hilarious in a game with magic demons and dragons, throwing a rock can decimate them. I mean, the laws of physics are too powerful. Not even angels, magic, demons, and dragons can overcome the laws of physics. Which reminds me of something funny that you can do in Noita. Um, if you have a way to make it so that you have unlimited rocks, mm, and you have homing. Homing is a modifier that you can add to a spell. You can put that on a rock, and maybe no, I think it has to be accelerative homing. So you put accelerative homing and in a rock, and the rock just flies around murdering things because physics-based damage in Noita gets pretty crazy, and it scales the faster an object is. And the way that accelerative homing works is that it will just keep getting faster and faster and faster. So even if it's not moving, eventually there's gonna be a monster that wanders near the rock, and the rock is gonna pretty much teleport on top of the monster because of how fast it gets, and it kills the monster like almost immediately. Just bought Noita like 2 days ago. It seems so interesting. Noita is very reminiscent of NetHack in the aspect of the game is like actively intentionally trying to kill you, but it also gets pretty deep in a much more exciting way that NetHack does. Like there's so much that you can do with Noita. Um, yeah, like I think it's best if you try to go and get your first win unspoiled, and then you start looking things up and like seeing people play and doing like crazy things in Noita. Rock OP in a lot of games, I guess. Terraria Boulders, Terraria Boulders kills me so much in Master Mode. It doesn't help that you pretty much die from full HP if you trigger a Terraria Boulder. Oh man, I don't like them. I wish they didn't deal so much damage. Like it feels actually out of control the damage that Terraria Boulders deal. But yeah, rock strong in every game. Oh wow, Saint Roca is pretty much unharmed. Do you happen to have fire resistance? No, you have willpower. Okay, weird. Um, okay, so I guess we're gonna slow you. Don't shoot at me. Okay, Saint Roca got destroyed by the Eldritch Tentacle, and the tentacle is immune to everything. Like, actually immune to everything. Immune to electricity, poison, fire, cold, acid, immune to acid, negative energy, and torment. That's such a ridiculous monster. Like, um, it is unreal. It is unreal. Like, I think it's such a powerful summon that it could legit be level 9. Um, I mean, I'm glad that it's not, and I know that I'm going to exploit it a lot with this character. But it could be like higher level because of how powerful it is. What's my button for that, by the way? G. I wonder if it should be something else like T for tentacle. I guess G for gateway. Did I set that myself? Maybe I did. Maybe I have it in my RC file as a G spell. No idea. I actually don't remember. Anyway, I don't care about that, and I don't care about that. Yep. I just can't help to compare Summon Nidra with 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 Eldritch Tentacle. Like it doesn't feel real to me that Summon Nidra is a level 7 spell when Eldritch Tentacle is also a level 7 spell. Like one of them literally wins you the game, and the other one you cast it, it summons a monster that will disappear in like 3 turns, and that gets killed by almost everything. Um, I'm not a fan of Summon Hydra, and I have tried Summon Hydra before. Like I know that it's supposed to be reminiscent of Orb of Destruction, like in the way that you use it, but I don't like it. By the way, nice heal there. I healed like 50 HP from that many Fault Assault. I guess whenever it's good, it's like actually really crazy good. I wish it was good more often. Okie dokie. Bunch of eyes. Who knows where they came from? Shops. Okay. Trash. Trash. Not even fire resistance. Random drink. Okay, sound the alarms. Slay +5 and 3 strength. Okay, I wonder how impactful it is. Oh, but it's ice. That's like weakness to fire. No, never mind. I'm gonna drop it. Yeah, this character has too much weakness to fire to just like afford putting on more weakness to fire. Yeah, this point is actually like kinda cartoonish how much weakness to fire this character has. Bane, because there's a million monsters. 2 Titans. I don't have to fear the Titans that much anymore because I have resistance to electricity. They can still earth strike me, and that hurts. But I have Bamp and Manifold, so if I drop below like 150 or so, I start using Manifold. And usually that either kills everything or heals me to full HP. You love to see it. Yeah, it was a great recommendation to get Manifold. I was not gonna do it, but yeah, it was definitely the correct thing to do. Okay. By the way, these guys have a 0% chance to hex me. I guess I do have 2 items of willpower, and I am a mummy, so I guess it's kind of reasonable. Mm, okay, pretty good plate. I could use that, not on this character, but I could use that for the entirety of the game. Wow, I hadn't seen the Robe of Misfortune in a while. I'm gonna pick it up because I haven't seen it in quite a while. I wonder if that bolt guarantees the placement of the Robe of Misfortune. By the way, Depths 3, it went by so fast. I guess this character is what I would consider to be like really powerful now. It's just a matter of not dying horribly. I think I can legit take on everything that the game can throw at me. Within reason, of course. Like if I was to receive two Pandemonium Lords at the same time, then that could probably be an issue. But like if it's an orb of fire, like I could kill it easily, maybe even like more than one orb of fire, because I have access um, to Eldritch Tentacle, and Eldritch Tentacle just destroys the orbs of fire. Um, it actually is like immune to everything the orb of fire does, because it's immune to fire and immune to magic. Okay, what do you have here? And why is this ruined anyway? Why is this ruined? That is super weird. This kind of feels like a weird bolt that didn't get placed correctly or something. Why is that ruined? Just a matter of not dying horribly. 9 settler on life. Yeah, I feel like I say that a lot. But usually when you die in crawl after a certain point in the game, it is like actually dying horribly. It's not like, oh, you died and you're like at -1 HP. No, no, it's like you got demolished, -50 HP. And yeah, that's like actually dying horribly. mm, okay. Looking pretty good. Final level of the depths. After this, we are gonna have to go do Bolt 5. Um, I don't care about that. More cold resistance. Ring of protection from fire, finally. I mean, I think it came too late. Melee and cunning. What's cunning? Dodging and stealth. Okay, sure. We're gonna take that. We're gonna put it on the amulet because I don't think I'm gonna be taking off that amulet. Okay, and yeah, we already cursed the ring, so I do not care about the ring of fire resistance anymore. It took way too long to get to me. Like literally the final level before Sot, Depths 4, and that was the level that had fire resistance for me. Ooh, Kite Shield of Protection. That's a very alluring item to have. Unfortunately, I would end up losing something here. I think the best solution would be to find a Randar that gives me more fire resistance. Yeah, imagine if all that or cold resistance that I have found was fire resistance instead. This character would be like the Juggernaut. It is already very powerful, but it would be even more. Um, what is that? One-way gateway into the abyss. Sure, very delightful place. I don't think I'm going to visit the abyss with this character. Okay. Ouch. 50. Acid and fire. Okay, understandable. I'm gonna mash manifold and eventually it's gonna heal me good. I feel okay. I think I get it now. Because did you see that? I attacked 3 monsters and the 3 of them healed me. So I feel like the way it works is that whenever you use Manifold, it will just heal you for every monster that you hit on any attack. Like if you were going to get healed by attacking one monster, you're instead going to get healed by attacking 3 monsters. I think that's how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't work like that, of course. But from just playing, I wouldn't be surprised as well if that's how it ended up working after all. Alright, being a mummy, I am immune to poison, so this time I'm not gonna get killed by poison, fortunately. Should I keep training translocations? Yeah, sure, let's run out of the manual. For a little bit more spell power on my manifold assault. What's my current spell power on it? 86. Not bad. Not bad. I don't think it has 100%, or like I don't think it has like the maximum amount of potential power. I would be very surprised if that was the case and I was at 86% with no enhancers. Okay. Pretty good. Cloak of Preservation. That is my resistance to corrosion. Okay. Um, Fortitude and Companions. Okay, I do want that. So I guess we're gonna curse finally the Ice Dragon scales. I've been wearing them for quite a while and I never cursed them, but now I think I'm just gonna be staying with them for the rest of the game. Okay, let's shatter the chains. Goodbye, Ratskin Cloak. I wish I could say that you were useful, but for practical purposes, it was a +2 cloak. And instead of that, we got a +2 cloak that also happens to give me resistance to corrosion, which was the only resistance that I didn't have at least one pip of. So that's amazing. Now, Tengu Reavers, Yellow Draconians, there's gonna be like a fair amount of things that just are going to deal less damage. Also, I guess Ancient Leeches. They have acid. Yep. Certainly a good thing to not die horribly, because dying from a splash of acid sounds pretty horrific to me. Okay, Bolts 5, I think. I hope that I have a shaft or a hatch. I do have a hatch. Oh, I didn't complete this level. Okay, yeah, I remember running away from this level because it was too difficult. I think there was like an unusual amount of very dangerous and difficult monsters here. But now we can take all the fireballs in the world, and they don't really do much. What is that? Brand weapon, another one. That's brand weapon number 7. Huh. Mm. Oh, I remember when you were dangerous. I'm glad that I decided to bail on these because they were pretty dangerous. Okay, I'm gonna train translocations to 16. Alright, so there's no shafts. There's one hatch going down. Take it. Oh, War Gargoyle. Mighty War Gargoyle. Death War Gargoyle. Perfect. All right. Ah, yes, yes, yes. I forgot. But it might be a good idea for me to take off the Hat of Pondering upon or before going into Bolts 5 because I cannot haste. And using the Hat of Pondering means that I will be guaranteed to not be able to outrun anything. And I only have 3 blinking. Yeah, that's like a really low amount of blinking. So helmet. We left it all the way on depth 4. I guess we're gonna go back and wear it. Okay, back to bolts 4. And here we go. Landed in what I would consider to be a pretty good place, close to the corner of the level, which is exactly the place where you want to land. I have a Shadow Dragon right here that I am immune to, and it has the potential to drop Shadow Dragon skills, which are what I need to go into the treasure trove. And I would definitely be interested in doing that. Okay. Ring of Wizardry. I don't think I care about that. Let's drop it. Ring of Strength. It was pretty useful. Hood of the Assassin. Well, that's better than what I have. I might just use that for the rest of the game. Can I cast the tentacle here? I can. Okay. Okay, that's gonna be very useful. That's exactly where I wanted it to generate, actually. I wanted it to be all outside so I could fight the monsters that are like close to me, and the tentacle could hurt the monsters that are like far away. Perfect. What do I train now? Fighting? More fighting? Maybe throwing, because I do have those globes of hurling and a fair amount of silver javelins for leeches. Oh, can I do it again? I can do it again. Immediately, even. Okay. Yep, still 3 dice of 48, Crystal Spear. Oh, wait, I have half willpower. What's your hex? Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, we don't want to get petrified. That's a one-way trip to the character select screen. We don't want that. So I'm gonna have to silence here. Profound silence engulfs you. That's what it says. I think silencing was maybe a mistake. With some luck, we should be fine. But maybe I should have just Wreath Teleport. Because now we are kind of stuck in this fight until the silence wears off. And it might get pretty complicated. Sure, like I am at rather low HP already. Well, I'm not at low HP, but you know what I mean. I'm not at full HP, and that's an issue. Okay, fortunately, the Dreadlich stepped towards me instead of the Ice Fiend. I was pretty sure that the Ice Fiend was gonna be taking the place of the Dreadlich, and that's why I was thinking of stepping here to try to hit the Dreadlich. Um, but fortunately, I didn't have to do that. And I didn't do it because I was exposing myself to not only the Ice Fiend, but also the Dreadlich who has Paralyze. I guess it cannot paralyze me if I'm silencing, um, but yeah, it would also expose me to many more monsters. Reveal more tiles, potentially reveal monsters that I am not detecting with Ashensari that could severely injure me. And yeah, that's a no-no. Okay, are you going to step towards me, Mr. Jactor Captain? I don't think it's going to do that. Okay, the Titan doesn't care. Okay. Fortunately, I didn't get punished by my use of silence. But yeah, if there was one time where silence could have killed me, that was the time. Okay, so during that fight, we went through two Eldritch tentacles. We used two Eldritch tentacles, they died. Um, but it's fine because they're literally infinite. Okay, it feels good to be able to fight along your summons. That's the way that you're supposed to play a summoner now. You cast your summons, and the summons help you fight. You kind of tank for them. They apport damage, and everyone is happy. And that's exactly what this character is doing. Well, in addition to that, I guess I also have Irradiate. Eldritch Tentacle. Gateway cannot be opened in this cramped space. I guess it's understandable. Was your chance to hex me? 1%. That is within tolerable range, but I would prefer it to be 0%. Uh-huh. Heavily damaged. It got hasted. Did you haste yourself? You do. Did you haste? Did you get hasted from? The Dreadlich is engulfed in flames. Okay, so the Dreadlich didn't get hasted from the Eldritch Tentacle because it attacks for chaos damage. So it has a chance to haste the monsters, to berserk the monsters, but it usually is not an issue because the Eldritch Tentacle also hits like a truck. Um, so yeah, it's like really difficult for the Eldritch Tentacle to lose a fight. It happens. But it doesn't happen very frequently. Also, I guess it can sometimes turn against you, but it is really not a thing that you should even think about. Like it's not an issue, not impactful. I guess I'll get that curse. On the Hood of the Assassin, a Curse of Cunning sounds pretty flavorful. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. We can drop the Hat of Pondering in that case. So now if I was to get a Distraction Staff, it would be like a real staff for big damage. Because the way stabs work in this game is that there's several tiers of stabs, depending on your weapon and depending on the way that the monster was incapacitated. Okay, looking pretty good. Did I get my shadow scales? I did not. Wow, I've killed a fair amount of shadow dragons already. Well, if I don't get them here, I'll get them by Sot. I wouldn't be. I would be surprised if I didn't get them by Sot. Oh, I wish I had some mana to cast Silence on that sorcerer. I guess I do now. Should I do that? Sure. And I immediately take 55. I wouldn't have cast Silence if I was not so high on HP, but yeah, now we are in a bit of a pickle. Gonna have to kill the Warden first because it's mighty. It already hits for 36 plus weapon, so yeah, we cannot have that next to me for a long period of time. I guess same goes for the Titan. There we go. Mighty. Um, you only hit for 20, so Mighty 20 is not so terrible. This is not looking good. Oh, this is looking pretty bad. Yeah, this is how it could have gone when I silenced a couple of turns ago. Like when I first landed here and I silenced, this is what it could have happened. And that was a fight against significantly less monsters, and it went so much worse, and it was so much more tense. Fortunately, Bamp kinda carried me. I guess I could have walked away from the mighty Convokers, but they could have convoked, and that would have been pretty bad indeed. Is that a mimic? It is a mimic, yes. I knew that it was a mimic because it was not like in the middle of the vault. Usually the rune is in the spot that it would be hardest to reach, or like the most protected point, the most surrounded with monsters. And that was definitely not that. Okie dokie, it's looking pretty good. We're just mulching through these guards, not much else to say. We finally found a tin of tremor stones. I was waiting very anxiously for that for so long, and it finally arrived alongside us another shadow dragon. With some luck, that shadow dragon will drop some skills for me, and I will be able to use them to go into the treasure trove and hopefully get something good. I don't know at this point in the game what I want. Um, Maybe a vampiric demon blade that also gives me 2 pips of fire resistance. I would definitely love to have that. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I think with my current fire resistance, maybe I can get away with fighting orbs of fire. But I would definitely have to rely on my friend, the good old Eldritch Tentacle. Okay, another Shadow Dragon. I wonder if we are gonna be getting skills from this one. We did get shadow skills, so let's go ahead and pick them up. Uh-huh, +2. By the way, I don't think I have anything else that I can enchant with enchant armor. It is very rare for me to have a character that has so much fully enchanted armor and stuff that it doesn't need more scrolls of enchant armor. I feel like normally I win with like +7 or +8 plate because I just don't have enough enchant armor to fully enchant it. But it is most definitely not the case with this character, and for that I am very grateful. Um, Now, if only this character had the same amount of fire resistance. By the way, that's a pretty good weapon. Glaive of Speed with fire resistance. We're not gonna use it. It is a two-hander. Um, so yeah, it shall remain on the floor, but we will forever remember it as a pretty decent weapon. Yes, the Glaive of Slime. Hmm. Okay. For a second, I saw a Caustic Strike, and I there was like the warning noise from Metal Gear. You know, like what is that thing doing there? Okay, we got the rune. That's rune number 3. Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. You know, about a year ago, I think I tried to replay Metal Gear Solid. I feel like the controls have kind of aged very poorly. I wouldn't be opposed to a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1 that updates the controllers to like modern gaming because I like those games. I like those games and I like the design, and especially for the Metal Gear series, I like the story. I feel like the story is super compelling, but the gameplay is so janky. Um, Aiming with a weapon in that game, like why couldn't it be like aiming with like a normal weapon in a normal FPS game that we have today? There's so much more that can be done with that series if it was to be remastered. Mm, Hopefully that is done one of these days. Like they don't even have to re-record voice lines or anything. That part is perfect. It's just that I want it to be a fun game to play. Fortitude and range. Okay, we can do that. Fortitude. Mm, 18 throwing. Okay, I think that's gonna be it for throwing. This is a pretty weird character. Look at my skills. I am a mummy, and look at my skills. That's the power of Ashensari. Like, I can just do whatever. And Ashensari will be like, oh, yeah, sure, you can do whatever. Have fun with that. Mm, yeah, I'm gonna be training a bit more evocations. Maybe to 18. But yeah, I think at this point we're kinda set to win the game. Let me drop that ring of resist corrosion and let's go find that trope. Sure. Wait, before I go in, 39 out of 52. We can do that. Found 18 items. One of paralysis and 23 stones. 18 items. Huh, weird. It also placed potions. Shining Eye. That is not okay. Why Shining Eyes here? I mean, I guess whatever. Oh, look at that. A Ring of Fire Resistance. Well, it would have been useful earlier, but sure, I'm still gonna carry it around. Oh, that's sick. That is so good. Okay, shatter the chains. My boots of flying can die. Yes, I don't care about them. Hello, boots of fire resistance. Wow, finally a good source of fire resistance and a scroll of acquirement. That gave me trash. Let's get the money. Because of course, like there's a reason why the community calls them scrolls of disappointment. Look at that demon blade. That's also wow. 7 intelligence is actually kind of sick, right? It doesn't beat a Vamp demon blade, but 7 intelligence. Yeah, why does this place have shining eyes? That's very evil. So many demon blades this game too. It's hard not to disappoint with all the great gear you have already. Yes, it's kind of hard to disappoint. I completely agree with that. But you know what didn't disappoint me? Those boots. Those boots were what I wanted. Like that. It doesn't even need it didn't even need to be fully enchanted or like over enchanted because it's +3 and boots can only go to a maximum of +2. It didn't even need to have the resistance or the dexterity. It needed the fire resistance and that's it. And it gave me more than I needed. So now I have 2 pips of fire resistance. Like the character looks rock solid. It looks incredible. I can't believe it. Like, it is way stronger than the demigod that I played the other day. How does that happen? I don't get it. I am so confused. Will I do a cigarette? This is not the kind of character that can do a cigarette because it doesn't have spells that can do that. I guess I have Malin Gateway, but I don't have refrigeration. I don't have ignition. I don't have a level 9. Like, look at that. Like, Dragon Skull, but Dragon Skull is not a spell to do a cigarette with. I could learn summon horrible things. I haven't used that in a while. I'll get it. I'll get it because I like it. So yeah, I'm gonna get evocations to 18, and then I'm gonna start training summonings for summon horrible things. I think 21 summoning should be enough. I guess we can even do this. Like, I don't think I care. At this point in the game, I'm already powerful enough to just go win, and I am going to do exactly that. Alrighty. Good stuff. You feel the power of the orb interfering with translocations here. Yep, but it doesn't interfere with all translocations. It doesn't interfere with manifold assault. And therefore, I can just press the button and murder all of these monsters and heal a ton in the process. 12% chance to miscast summon horrible things. And we also get 1% chance to miscast Malin Gateway. Pretty good. This is quite nice, let me tell you. This character has surprised me. Like, when you start a mummy, you don't expect to eventually be this powerful, especially in the normal course of a 3-rune game. Um, I guess the only thing that is a bit out of the ordinary that I ended up doing with this character was Crypt. And in Crypt, everything was like a piece of cake except for the Revenants. And the Revenants were only dangerous because of the potential danger. They were not like, oh yeah, like that's gonna kill you. They were like, oh yeah, if you don't respect these guys, they can definitely kill you, and they can kill you pretty fast. So better respect them. Okay. Wow. Oh, 3 golden dragons, and they were like dealing so much damage. I guess it helps that I have 12 slaying. It really does help. Um, oh, Orb of Fire. Okay. Time to activate Plan Tentacle. And I guess we can also throw some horrible things at. Oh, I miscast it. It's mighty. Well, it's funny because it doesn't do anything. Mighty Orb of Fire will still, like, literally refrain from hitting you because it can't. It doesn't have any melee attacks. It only has amazing spells. Amazing fire spells. Double miscast of some horrible things, sure. That's fine. Uh-huh. And as easy as that, I tell you, Eldritch Tentacle destroys, absolutely murders orbs of fire. So I am really not afraid of them, especially now that I got my second source of fire resistance. It is pretty crazy. I am a mummy in nice dragon scales, and I have 2 pips of fire resistance. How do you explain that? I don't have a kite shield, and I'm doing so well too. Um, Wow, that's a pretty bad spawn for the tentacle. Alright, just a teeny tiny bit of irradiate. I assume that you can get contaminated to the point where you will start losing stats from contamination as a mummy. It would be very weird if you were unable to get to that point. By the way, let's curse something. Alchemy and Cunning. Let's curse the boots. And we will get to 6 pips of piety with Ashensari. Like normally I don't curse absolutely everything that I'm wearing because I like to leave the ring slot open, but we don't need that anymore. We finally got to the point where I can just curse everything. And it takes a while. It's like a full playthrough in order to get to that point. But here we are. Yeah. Have you ever tried Ashensari? Like people in the chat, have you tried Ashensari? If you have tried Ashensari, what do you think about it? I personally think that it's quite probably one of the strongest gods in the game, if not just straight up the strongest god in the game right now. And as Shaper has mentioned in the past, it may be related to like the fact that I am an experienced player, but I don't think there is too much of a significant downside to cursing things with Ashensari. Yes, Ashensari, Path Loser. Your Barachi, Ice Elementalist of Ash died in 623 despite Ignition, also Kubus, and Statue Form. I have a bad history with 623. You should look it up. Like, in fact, I'll do it right now. Last game, 623. Oh, that's not correct. Yeah, that's not how you do that. It's like this. Aha. Two lost games in SIG 23. I'll never forget that. And I think I also have one or two in SIG 22. Yep, and the two of them I think were high elf gladiators, or maybe one of them was a mummy. Let's find out. Oh, come on. No, the two of them were high elf gladiators. Yeah, I'll never forget about it. The two of them have Tornado and the Master Archer title. I was going for a very gimmicky build there. Of course, it's a nice fiend. Bolt of Cold, summoned by Ubrul. I think by 2013, summoners or summons couldn't summon more summons. Like it was a wild time back then where like summons could summon, and then they could summon, and it was fun. You think Ash is great, but challenging to wrap your head around as a new player, and curses are kind of like Rue sacrifices. I don't feel good. I would disagree with that personally because I hate Rue sacrifices. I absolutely despise Rue sacrifices. They're like one of the things in this game that I like the least. And Ashensari sacrifices don't feel like that. Rue sacrifices like you will permanently for the rest of the game be weaker and different from a normal character of the species that you started. Ashensari is not remotely close like that. And I also think that Ashensari's power is more than what Rue offers, but it's also more um, subtle. Yeah, it's not like in your face, press the apocalypse button to kill everything. It's more like you don't need to press the apocalypse button, you won't have it, but you don't need it, but because you will already be stronger in other ways. Ash's power is subtle. Um, Grief Gamer, I think you are Gillette. If you're here, it was a random panlord. Mm, okay, I don't like being slow. I'm not a fan of being slow, but I think it's fine because because we're kind of winning this fight and we're kind of almost at full HP, hitting things with Bamp and 12 Slaying. Wow, that guy was really spamming spells. And yeah, probably shouldn't go and just stab Death Cups like that. Hmm. Okay, is it the time to curse the Vampiric Demon Blade? Sure, sure. Um, okay, that's a pretty great name. Almost Leech. Because Leech is also a Vampiric Demon Blade, but Leech happens to be a Harm Vampiric Demon Blade with a special property that whenever it is it that it heals you on every strike, or is it that because I always get them mixed up. I know that Vampire's Tooth and Leech both have different special properties that no other vampiric weapon shares, but I don't know which one heals you for the full amount of the damage that you dealt, and which one heals you every with every attack. I think Leech is the one that heals you with every attack. And that's a pretty powerful property to have on a Demon Blade with Harm. Yeah, I'm definitely not opposed to trying Leech the next time I get it. I should cast Summon Horrible Things. Yeah, I've never cast it on stream, I think. There we go. A bunch of large abominations. I like that spell quite a bit. It is indeed one of my favorite spells, but unfortunately, it is a summoning, so it is like not something that I get to do a lot on stream. But this character was like the correct character to do all of these things. The stars aligned for me to not only be a very powerful melee character, but also be a very powerful summoner. Like as much as I would have liked to just go for more direct, powerful spells, I just didn't get them in time. That is, I would assume that by now I already have like. I guess I have Iron Shot, and I did pass on Zombie Hands, but like, look at what stage of the game Zombie Hands came to me. Okay, you cannot turn me into a bat. So the greatest threat that a killer clown would pose is neutralized from being a mommy. You know, I used to think that mommies were kind of bad, like a lot of downside from being a mommy. It doesn't quite seem to be the case because it neutralizes some things that are like pretty bad, like seriously bad. Probably should have closed the door on that orb of fire. But yeah, I'm trying to maneuver into an arena where I can summon an Eldritch Tentacle. Okay, so of course the Eldritch Tentacle is immune to fire, so like it literally doesn't. Um, it literally doesn't can't die to an orb of fire. Also, I like the flavor text that you get when you try to step into an Eldritch Tentacle portal, because I don't think the game lets you anyway. It literally doesn't care. Yeah, it doesn't care. It doesn't get affected by the orb of fire. Like it can take all the fireballs in the world and it will be like, oh yeah, it tickles. Maybe it doesn't even feel it. Um, okay, so that ring is kind of interesting. I would be very excited to use something like that if I was to get it as early in the game as I got my crazy items. But no, we got it super late into the game. I guess I'm gonna acquire Annihilations because it has like Firestorm. I cannot even learn it. I think I should stop training summonings now. Mm, 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 mm. Sure, whatever. Just train everything. By the way, we have gone through SOT so fast. Like we are already in SOT 4, and there's been like only one fight where things got kinda complicated. Paralysis. Yeah, this character has all the things that I don't normally do. It has a sprinkle of hexes, summonings. Like, funny enough, this was the character where I would have gone necromancy and I didn't get zombie hands, so there was no necromancy on my mummy. When did we hit 20 viewers, Pog? No idea, but I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the show. If you're not following, you should consider following. I would appreciate it if you did. I play Crawl very frequently, 4 times a week, and I guess I also play other games, but more often than not, it is Crawl. Okay, magic mapping. All right, interesting bolt right there, especially because it wasn't particularly challenging or anything. All right, so you know how I like to do it always: clear or exclude the bolt, clear everything else. Mm. Okay, so because the game needed to throw me. Oh, it no longer has cold resistance. It used to have cold resistance, the Cloak of Starlight. But yeah, anyway, that is not something that we're going to use. I'm not particularly a fan of that cloak. It is kind of like a cloak of Ring of Evasion, but I don't know. Like cloaks can have so many wonderful things on them, and that one is only a cloak of Ring of Evasion instead of being a cloak of willpower or a cloak of resistance to corrosion. Nah, I shall leave it right on the floor where it belongs. I'm not a fan of Cloak of Starlight ever since it got changed. Mm, it's funny because I think the change was aimed to be like, oh yeah, it's no longer just a stat stick. Now it's like a cool and exciting item for the players to use, and I've never seen it like that ever since it got changed. I've seen it like, ah yeah, now it's no longer worth using. Mm, okay, let's do a good old kill hole because there were a fair amount of spellcasters there, and I am out of mana, so I cannot even manifold. Hmm. Okay, I wish I had more mana. I hope that you do not throw Icicle. Yeah, because that would hurt. At least these guys are not Annihilators. The Annihilators are the ones that can really very quickly get out of control. Another requirement. Okay, more sources of cold resistance. Sure. Wow, strength plus 10. Wow, imagine if I had gotten that earlier in the game. Mm, should I acquire the buckler just for fun? Like, how many sources of cold resistance did the game throw at me this game? The floor god is very mysterious and unpredictable. I think the floor god was kind of mocking me this game with all the cold resistance that I got as a mummy and the lack of a simple ring of fire resistance. We did end up getting one, but it was like almost immediately after it stopped it being important. That's when we started getting a ring of fire resistance, and I think we got like 3 or 4. Oh, that's not what I want. Ring of protection from fire. We got 3 of them, 2 of them in SOT. Well, I guess we also got one in Bolts 5. Near of Guardian Sprites? Seriously, are these new? Oh, yeah, they look cooler now. Um, I like them. I I like the console glyph. I have them as a big C for because C's are what I associate with big monsters that deal a bunch of damage, and giant and orb guardians are kind of that. Okay, any oh never mind. I shouldn't be fighting here because those guys will be stepping on the sot trap, and then things will be going bad for me. Mm, okay. Hmm. It is kind of weird to do this without having access to potions. It is super weird. Um, Normally I would be like mighty, hasted, brilliance here, everything, maybe even attraction because of the character that I'm running with. But this character cannot do any of those things. It is so weird. Let me tell you, I am like astonished by that. Um, okay, I think we can do a tentacle and also summon horrible things. And yeah, it can give you tentacled monstrosities as well. Oh, by the way, that's a flavor text. Are you sure you wish to approach this portal? There's no telling what its forces would wreak upon your fragile self. So if you say yes, you're twisted violently and ejected from the portal. You blink. So it's just a blink that deals a teeny tiny bit of damage to you. 2 damage. Yeah, that's not twisted. Twisted. What did it say? Twisted something and ejected violently. Where was it? You're twisted violently and ejected from the portal. Yeah, to me, twisted violently sounds like you lost at least 20% of your maximum HP, maybe even 30%. Not 2 HP. You're too frail, then 2 damage. Yes, like I don't know. Maybe that damage should increase or like it should be made different. Yeah, X gun give it to them. They're not give it to me. They're gonna give it to them. My X's are gonna give it to them. Because in case you don't know, the monsters that are summoned by summon horrible things are capital X's. So so yeah, like that was a joke. It's not something that you would get if you have never played in console. And wow, so many scrolls of acquirement in SOT where they are very useless. And yeah, just like that one, that's a pretty useless ring or a scroll rather. In general, all the 4 options there were kind of trash. Well, I guess the money wasn't so bad. Mm. Thanks for showing you mommy. You're still struggling with your mommy to get past D9, D10. Knuckle resistance so useless. I can't believe it. Ooh, that's not good. Normally I would drink cancellation immediately, but I don't have access to that. So I guess tentacle, summon horrible things, and run away. How many casts of some? How does it work now? You can sustain at most 8 creatures summoned by this spell. Well, let's cast it again, and again, and again. Okay. Things are kind of getting out of control. I think it definitely doesn't seem safe to me. Mm-hmm. All right. I have 4 blinking. Okay, so what I'm going to do is read a blinking, maybe 2, and try to get out of here before I die horribly. Because getting this character cannot do the mark strategy. This is not the kind of character that can do that because this character cannot haste. But at least I can charm this guy. 65%. It resists. Doesn't slow me. There we go. Second attempt succeeds at charming the guy. It's gonna stall for me for a bit. I guess I should think about summoning more butterflies. Manifold. I was hoping for a heal from Manifold there, but maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should go for the second blink as I mentioned. So just like make a run for it and come back when I am not marked. I think nothing here can reach me. Well, the Orb Guardians can actually. Um, hmm. Yeah, not being able to haste kind of blows. Hmm. Hmm. I guess I have 2 summoning. I can use those to summon without having to use mana. Sure. Wow, I got like 20 Draconians. Okay, I'm not gonna say no to that. Okay. As long as they stall enough for me, I'm good. I don't wanna like stay there and have a mistake kill me. I'd rather just like not be in a position where I could make a mistake in the first place. And that leads me to just go upstairs. And now I'm fine. All right. Yeah, Orb of Fire. Now we can deal with you. So it's just a matter of literally hiding behind the tentacle. Oh wow, it's like actively trying to go around the tentacle, the Orb of Fire. Interesting. Okay. Yep, the tentacle is just like taking it like a champ, just destroying everything. Okay, that's fine. Orb of Fire number 2. I think we're gonna go upstairs with the Orb of Fire. Or at least I'm gonna attempt to do so. Aha, now that we are upstairs, I'm gonna summon a tentacle. And the tentacle is gonna take care of the Orb of Fire for me. I guess we can help it with some irradiates. There we go. Pretty good. Let me rest in a different room because those things usually go hostile or neutral, and they don't hesitate to attack you. Well, that could have gotten pretty bad, but fortunately I had the tools to prevent it from going pretty bad. Also, I would have gotten malmutated by like crazy by these orbs of fire, with how much stats I have been losing. But fortunately, that's like one of the benefits from being a mummy. Sure, you have terrible downsides, but you do have some in the way of upsides, I guess. Okay, I don't want to have anything to do with that. And let's go back in. Alrighty. I am glad that monsters don't know how to properly target, because a monster could just go for doing this and like hit me but not hit itself. But instead of that, if I'm next to them, they only see that they can target like this and they cannot attack with explosions, or like more like frequently they don't attack with explosions. Huh. Looks like that killer clown has holy wrath. 49. That's funny. Okay, you feel more in touch with the powers of that. It would be good if I had any necromancy spell, but no. I just pretend that they don't have that. Okay, maybe I should summon another Eldritch Tentacle to help me here. That's fine. Did I even take any damage? The fireball engulfs you but does no damage. You love to see it. Okay. I did change the category, right? I think I did. I think I did change the category. I was just thinking about that. Okay. My horrible things are doing the job quite well. Well, now they're kind of dead. Okay, I think the Eldritch Tentacle does a way better job when it comes to dealing with Orbs of Fire. But Horrible Things also are kind of okay. However, I think for the amount of experience that requires you to take Horrible Things, you can get an Eldritch Tentacle. Oh, maybe I shouldn't be fighting in that long. It's only a matter of time until I get petrified or paralyzed by monsters just stepping in that sub trap. Might as well do the other one. That is still full of monsters, I see. Alright, tentacle, horrible things. That's fine. It's pretty sweet because the stat drain gets healed pretty much immediately after I kill the Orb of Fire because the Orb of Fire provides me with that much experience. Okay, the Orb of Fire is destroyed. Excellent. Oh no, it went hostile. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Alright, thank you for not hurting me. What's my thought clock? Yeah, I'm just wondering because I'm not wearing regen, so resting takes longer. But it is obviously well um, within control. Like it's not going to kill me. I have like 25,000 turns, and I'm not going to be spending 25,000 turns here. I think it's much more likely that I would die than I would spend 25,000 turns here. Okay, maybe don't do that. I guess at this point I already killed almost everything, so it's not that awful for me to get marked now. At least not as awful as it was before. I have to say that Eldritch Tentacle is not nearly as good against Orb Guardians as it is against Orbs of Fire. Hmm. I think I can maybe maneuver the monsters into being teleported by the teleport trap. Aha, perfect. Everything got teleported. Wow, again. Okay. I guess that's fine. You don't need to speak to be able to. Oh, natural abilities. But you need to be able to and to not be anti-magic to blink. Oh, Plum, you feel lightheaded. What's my success chances? Okay, manageable. Hmm. I don't want to get crystal speared. That would be a most unfortunate ending to this character. Um, I have to blinking. I might have to use them. I could silence, but I don't know if. No, wait. Aha! I am outside of the range of the crystal spear. I am not outside of the range of the corrosion, but the corrosion doesn't matter because I have resistance, so it wouldn't kill me. And when that guy gets into the range to crystal spear me, I can do silence, and then we're fine. Okay, perfect. So I have one turn to do whatever I want to prepare, and that would be to summon an Eldritch Tentacle. And now we're gonna silence to make it so that you don't crystal spear me and kill me with a pretty good roll. Aha, looking pretty good. By the way, I trained all that throwing just to never throw a javelin in Sot. Let me throw a javelin at that tentacle monstrosity. Okay, there we go. I should have thrown more javelins at those orbs of fire. But when I was fighting the orbs of fire, I was also in a bit of a complicated position where I was unable to throw javelins or do anything that was not like try to not die. Are we done? Another fire resistance ring, in case the game wasn't mocking me enough. Sure, I guess we can carry that one. This game has been pretty ridiculous. I think it's gonna be a great video to go on YouTube. This character is absolutely going to YouTube. Um, Pretty funny character, pretty powerful character. It is a mummy, and I feel like it has been a rather educational video on how to Like adapt to what the game gives you. Because if you go in and you get what I got, and you're like, no, no, I'm a mage, I'm gonna continue leveling up intelligence, and I'm not gonna put on those ice skills, and I'm not gonna get that demon blade, I'm gonna acquire the book with toxic radiance, then it ends up being a completely different character, and based on what we ended up seeing throughout the entirety of the run, it ends up being a much weaker character in my opinion. So I think I did exactly what I had to do with this character to make it really powerful instead of trying to force something that it was just not meant to be. Okay, go D0. Pretty good teleport. Hell Sentinel. Okay, don't do that again. That's fine. Yeah, we have enough HP to be able to take one of those. But more than that gets pretty complicated. Okay, so normally I would be afraid of the torment. Of course, being a mummy, we don't have to worry about that. Sure. You do your thing, Mr. Ice Fiend. It feels so weird to like see monsters that normally they're like, oh yeah, I have to respect that, and then be like, oh yeah, they don't do anything, they don't torment. It's like amazing. It's amazing. But normally a mummy is not such an enjoyable experience. This might be a one-on-one. Hold on. It is a one-on-one. If I win this, if I don't die in the orb run, it is a one-on-one. Just to let you know. That is quite fantastic. A mummy one-on-one. I have a mummy one-on-one. Um, but yeah, another mummy one-on-one. Amazing. Get me out of here, please. Get me out of here. Oh yeah, look at that. Demon Spawn Warmonger with a Demon Trident. Get me out of here. I guess I can kill that Freet. I think I left the Freety behind because they were hard to kill for me in the early game or something. I don't really remember that. Okay, Mr. Hell Sentinel. We're gonna summon a couple of horrible things for you to do your thing against them. I don't think they can kill you because you have a pretty tanky bulk, I guess. Pretty tanky constitution. Another one. Okay. There we go. This is being surprisingly good against Hell Sentinels. I have never realized, but Hell Sentinels cannot really shoot you with damnation if they are surrounded by horrible things. Alright. I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. I only got some horrible things as a bit of a joke because I had the skill to be able to use that because I got the Eldritch Tentacle spell. But summon horrible things has been like a very important part of the end game of this character. There was a unique here that I left behind. I think. I can't believe that I never came back to this D7 to fully clear it. A Elephant. Okay. And a Nice Fiend. Well, things are getting a bit out of control here. I think I should just leave the level, not gonna lie. Better not to do dumb things and lose the one-on-one. Oh, a bunch of orcs. I think I remember skipping these. Okay, we get rid of an easy executioner. Oh, I remember that ogre. I charmed it and left it upstairs. Never to be seen again. Aha, I think we're almost done. Oh, I'm walking in the opposite direction. Are these the skeletons of like player characters? Yeah, they are. Funny. Alright. So that was it. Should have charmed him again? Yes, I should. But yeah, that's another mummy one-on-one. That's like the second one that I have in this account. Not gonna complain. Um, wow, I can't believe it. I am mummy Cinder Acolyte. it was it was the floor god. It was not really anything else. It was like not particularly mommy being powerful. Ashensari is powerful, but Ashensari being powerful is not really that good if you don't have 12 slaying and a crazy selection of weapons to choose from. Like I had that, three demon blades, two of which were fully enchanted, one of which I found super early into the game and gave me fire resistance, and the autumn katana, like incredible. Um, yes, it was just like a crazy character. That's the only way to put it. A crazy character. I find it funny that as soon as I decided that I was gonna curse my rings, the game immediately started giving me crazy amounts of rings of fire resistance, or better, like that one ring that has 2 pips of fire resistance. That was a pretty fun character, pretty enjoyable. I had a blast. And I hope that you also enjoyed it. So let's just go ahead and inscribe my weapon with twitch.tv. Oh, that's not how you write that. Twitch.tv/9settler. Right. Let's quiver something funny. Let's quiver a ring of fire resistance. Inscribe. Of course, I get this in SWOT 5. Oh. Alright, I think we're ready to win. If I wasn't so afraid of what's chasing me, I would maybe wear the robe of misfortune. But I don't want to destroy the ice dragon skills that are like. Oh yeah, let's inscribe those. Actually, um, I earned those. Like, if you didn't see that part of the stream, or like if you don't see that when I got those, go back to the last stream on Tuesday and watch like the last 13 minutes. I earned those. I earned those, and by earning those, I earned my win. Um, the way I earned those was like the perfect combination of greed and tactics, because I suspected that the Ice Fiend wasn't so dangerous to my mommy as it would be for other characters, but I still shouldn't melee it, and I made the complete correct choice in trying to go for seeing the items that were in that vault, because I could have left and then I wouldn't have had that. And this I used for the entirety of the game, so it was absolutely the correct choice. But anyway, that's just gonna be it. I'm just gonna go ahead and win the game now. Oh man, that was great. That was great. I had so much fun with that character. That was such a good character. Um, I feel so good about that character. And yeah, that's like yet another example that you should not make any changes to player player stats. I didn't reach experience level 27, and I did crypt. I didn't do slime. Maybe if I had done slime, I would have reached 27. But I did crypt, which I don't normally do, and I never hit 27. I cleared the entirety of SOT and I didn't reach 27. So I think it's perfect as it is right now. It ends up being a slight player nerf, and it turns into a slight player buff if the player levels up enough. But anyway, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Thank you for watching and thank you for hanging out. If you enjoyed what you saw, as I mentioned a couple of hours ago, you should consider following. If you're already following, you should consider subscribing. It helps me continue doing this and, keeping the lights on, paying my internet, making me not starve. So I do appreciate it if you subscribe. Um, with that being said, let's see if someone else is playing Crawl. Fingers crossed. If not, I already saw something that I want to watch. Is this my full time? Well, it is not my full time. I've been trying to get other jobs, but I only get job offers for jobs that I like really am not capable of doing anymore, which are like the call center jobs. And it is like lame because there's other jobs that don't pay well that I'm qualified for doing, and there's the call center jobs that pay really well, but I can't do anymore. Like I actually can't sit in a desk and answer phone calls for 8 hours and deal with annoyed people. I can't do that anymore. I really can't. Like last time I tried to do that, I was having nightmares about that for after like a week of taking calls. Like I cannot do that anymore. So it is like kind of full time, I guess. And I guess it helps that I live in Mexico City and like the threshold at which I can do this full time is like really low. Like I think if I had 100 subscribers consistently, like every month 100 subscribers, I could live. It wouldn't be a very luxurious life. It would be very frugal, and I have no issues with that. But I could live. And obviously, anything over 100, it would be like I start making improvements to my life and to my stream, and maybe I get a better computer and I start streaming Noita or other games as well. But yeah, like if I ever got to that point, I would still stream the same amount of crawl that I stream right now because I love the game and the community has gotten me to this point where I can kinda make it through. So like I would never like abandon it. But anyway, let's watch some Noita because no one is